Hey, what's up? And there we go. Oh wait, crap, that's the... Wait, what? Huh? Hold up, is this the right link? Yeah, it is. But why is that showing up differently on Discord? I do not know. Hold up. Wait, is it? That's the same link. Oh, no, never mind. No, it's not. Yeah, 1 second, sorry. I just, somehow managed to copy, like, the completely wrong link. The one in Twitter is fine, but the one in Discord is just, like, completely host for some reason. Don't really know how I managed that. But yeah, what's up? So, I believe... Oh, yeah. Now I remember. Bro, I've been having a very hectic day. Yeah, what's up, Moz? I was about to say, I haven't seen you, in the chat before, but, yeah, the lore stream ended up being way longer than I wanted it to be, but it's... Going over anything in this game specifically is really difficult because... Like, you start talking about any story detail and you realize you just have to re-explain, like, 5 different concepts. You know, you can't just say, like, oh, yeah, you know... Because all of the terminology is just, like, completely different and wrong, right? Like, if you want to talk about Ravana or something, you have to explain Primal not being a good translation, you have to explain the Echo being a bad translation, like... There's so much stuff that, that ends up spiraling. But, yeah, since we're, like, getting into the new, Stormblood stuff, it's probably a good time to restate that I am by no means, like, a, Well, actually, the thing that I should say prior to this is, there's all that drama with, you know, a certain, World of Warcraft / game dev streamer who's getting put on blast for not being, able to take accountability for things. And so, like, I am not, you know, absolutely, fluent in Japanese. I am 100% not, like, a professional writer or anything. Not that you actually need to be one to be a good translator. But it's just that the sheer amount of stuff in this game that's completely blatantly fucked is so apparent if you just look at the text. You know, like this one, right? Like this line here. Like just this line. Right, is, this line in the English is just like, yeah, wow, look, the sea's so pretty over there. Are we not going over to that village? Like, you know, like, can we go over there? Would also be a way that you could translate that. Yeah, you don't have to be massively fluent to see the text saying it's a fox versus the English saying it's a squirrel. Right. It's that sort of thing. This line in the English, for example, where she's just talking about the sea being pretty, and this is the village that where she, you know, like, had a bunch of people executed and really, sadistically, like, ordered a man to kill his own parents. She's just saying that the sea there is really pretty. The English line for this is, "Are we going to that village? They might have dango!" Exclamation point. Because they showed her, like, eating, you know, Japanese sweets once, and so every line has to be that now. Why would you change this? Who knows? There's no reason to. There's no, like, actual localization reason. In fact, you would argue the opposite. You would say, like, oh, most, English speakers don't even know what dango is. So why would they add it in? You know, it's that sort of stuff. That's just like, you know, it's not rocket science. Like, it's somewhat convenient that the rewrites in 14 are so blatant, because there's really no arguing against them. The only way that the English in this can skirt by is because people just don't know what the Japanese text is. And, I mean, yeah, like, I've absolutely made mistakes. I'm going to continue to make mistakes. I'll misinterpret lines, sometimes majorly. But, you know, the text's still there. It still amazes me that people praise this translation. It's just nobody puts it side to side for some reason. Like, nobody apparently has ever just grabbed the text and checked when people say, like, oh, there's no major story differences. Or, oh, everything's written side by side. Nobody checks the text for themselves, apparently. Because I've never seen anybody argue the Japanese, I've never seen anybody argue the English translation being correct using examples from the Japanese text. They always just kind of say it. Or they'll pull out some, like, line where the English has this, like, long-winded nonsense rant, and the Japanese has a, like, fairly concise, reasonable line. And then they'll, you know, ignore all of the lines where the Japanese has a bunch of text and a bunch of interesting flavor stuff that gets completely removed in the English. It's so weird to me that the game's been out for almost a decade, and apparently nobody has done this. You know, like, there's been a couple of examples of people calling out things like the Midgardsormr cutscene or the Harshaphant rewrites. But apparently just nobody played the game in Japanese who also speaks English and then, like, decided to compare them? Like, Dak played the game in Japanese and speaks English. But, you know, I feel like a lot of the people who are going to be playing the game in Japanese are just not going to want to interact with the English side of things at all.
それでは、ヒエン様の元へと向かおう。だが、町陣地を目指すのは人目につきすぎる。
Yeah, like, the Harshaphant stuff is... Yeah, I never bothered to check any of the English, so I had no idea how bad things really are. Pretty much, yeah, that seems to be the case. Also, for the Harshaphant stuff, he's ridiculously over the top. Oh, pick up the Four Lords breadcrumb so we don't gotta come back here? Good idea, actually. But yeah, we should head to... Yeah, we should head to Lord Hien. Yeah, but we should stay away from, you know, any towns that will stick out too much.
先ほど、ヒエン様に鷹で文を送り、落ち合う場所を変更させてほしいと要請しておいた。今頃は、レシアンで私たちの到着を待ってくださっているはずだ。
Yeah, now I sent a messenger hawk to, messenger falcon to Hien and requested that we change our meeting place. By now, he should be waiting for us at the all of the patriots.
見つかる危険が一番高いのは、集落のそばを通るとき。私が皆を先導するので、背後の警戒を頼めるだろうか。名前村の外れで合流しよう。
Yeah, yeah, the point where we're most likely to be discovered is, approaching the village. So, can I ask you to take up the rear and, keep on lookout? We'll meet up at the, yeah, outskirts of Namai village. So, that's actually an interesting one, Moth, because, they claimed that the reasoning behind, Harsh Upon being changed was that Western audiences wouldn't, like a stereotype, you know, that he's problematic. But then anytime there's been, like, fucked up sexual references or, you know, stuff like that in the English, it hasn't been there in the Japanese. Like, they changed, Raoul Bond's, second in command, who they called the Ivy for some reason. They changed her into a prostitute when the Japanese didn't have that at all. She went on this whole rant about how, like, as a mercenary, she got people killed for money, and, you know, she came out of poverty, and so she was willing to do anything, any, like, any sort of backstabbing, selling people out, if it meant never going back to poverty. The English changed it to, like, you know, I lied, I stealed, I killed people, I even whored myself, and for what? You know, putting that at the very end, like, that's the worst thing. When that's just totally made up. So, I kind of don't believe them whatsoever when they say that it's because he's problematic. Or, you know, changing the drowned dolphin into the drowned wench. Or making a bunch of, sexual assault jokes in Satasha. Honestly, like, I wouldn't even infer that from that section, Moth. Like, it's literally just that he saw a female character say, I would do anything to not go back into poverty, when the context is doing underhanded mercenary work, and assumed prostitution, which is kinda just, like, fucked up. Like, you wouldn't assume that of a male character in that situation whatsoever. So, him saying, like, oh, it's because it's problematic, is pretty blatant, just cover his own ass.
おや、やっぱり、美味しい仕事に興味があるみたいだね。それじゃ、詳しく説明するよ。
Oh, I see. So you are interested in making some money, huh? Alright then, let me give you the details.
この前、オイラのところに、差出人不明の手紙が届いたんだ。ちょっと読んでみるから、聞いておくれ。
Yeah, just a while ago, I got a letter from a unknown sender, and decided to I decided to read it, and guess what?
紅玉界の和を保つため、鴻上を討滅せし強者の力を借り受けたい。まずは、僕の蓋の底に住まう、死味毛量を打ち払われたし、さすれば、相応の礼をもって遇することを確約せん。
Yeah, like, well, the thing is, Moth, is that there's a lot of... What the fuck is that kanji compound? Oh, chimimoryo. Chimimoryo. Oh, wow, that's all one downward inflection, apparently, which is, that is a, folklore term. Yeah, I didn't know this one by heart, but I knew of it. Like, there's actually a decent number of these 4 kanji compounds referring to, like, with folklore references. it's like the like evil spirits lurking within rivers and mountains. You know, it's like it's pretty much like a there be dragons sort of thing. Right, where, you know, you would have old, like, stories of, you know, saying, like, here's why you shouldn't go up in these cursed mountains and shit like that, right? Yeah, it can also mean there's shady stuff going on. It's a similar, there's a similar, like, progression for folklore terms for, like, you know, evil spirits in other languages. It's cool. Yeah, in order to, yeah, maintain the, really this is like keep the peace in the Ruby Sea. We would like to enlist the aid of the one who defeated the, like the god of, yeah, the great god. It's like, you know, I can't remember exactly what the term was for, Susanoo, but it's like, manly. But, well, honestly, I was gonna say, yeah, Moth, like, there's a lot of darker, more interesting stuff that is in the Japanese that isn't in the English. It's just that there's a very specific breed of stuff that's in the English. Like, they cut out a lot of the more, like, realistic grit in favor of just a bunch of references to, you know, sexual assault that aren't there. It's very much like a Game of Thrones fanfic level thing. What's up? Oh god, the quest names? Dude, fuck the quest names. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, no worries, dude. More, discussion is very much appreciated. And yeah, the echo is really the biggest thing. They just constantly, even as far as in Omega, they're referring to the echo as a gift from Heidelin, when it's just blatantly not. In the same patch, they called the Echo a gift from Heidelin, something you obtain, like something that you're given just by someone, and something that you're born with, all at the same time. They can't even keep their own, like, fake version of it straight. Yeah, what is this place name, though? Like, hold on, let me, I've been trying to parse this. Hell's Lid? Yeah, that's what I thought, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's the name of the volcano. Okay, that makes sense. I had never seen this place name before, so I had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. I just assumed that I was reading that wrong. I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? Sure, Hell's Lid is fine. Yeah, we want you to, yeah, rid Hell's Lid of the, like, the evil spirits that infest it. If you are able to do so, you will be generously rewarded.
どう考えても怪しいよね。だけど、スサノオを倒したあんたのことを知っているあたり、差出人は、ただものじゃないと思うんだ。
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's, shady no matter... Yeah, it seems real shady to me, but... Considering that they, know about you, taking down Susanoo, I don't think this is just like any old person sending it.
紅コーラの罠にしては、回りくどすぎる気がするし、紅玉界の輪を保つためっていうのも気になるでしょ。
It seems to... Yeah, honestly, roundabout to be a trap from the, Crimson Shells. I'm also, curious about what they mean about, keeping the peace in the Ruby Sea.
それと、手紙に、霊言新たかな小刀が同封されていたんだ。極の蓋の洞窟に施された封印を解く力があるらしいよ。これを使って中に入れってことみたいだね。
Okay. Yeah, a small, magical sword was enclosed. Or a small magical, blade, knife, was enclosed in the letter. It's said to have the power to break the seal on the, like a cave in Devil's Lid. Or, like, on the side of the volcano. Apparently you're supposed to use this to get
し
inside.
かも、この小刀、目が飛び出るほどの値打ちがある品でさ、こんなお宝をほいと送ってくるなんて、大金持ちに違いないよ。相応の礼っていうのも期待できるんじゃないかな。
Honestly, like, this is literally me ga tobideru hodo no. Yeah, but, looking at this knife, it's like, this thing looks like, when I saw it, my eyes nearly popped straight out of their sockets. This thing would be worth a fortune. For somebody to have sent this with the letter, they've got to be completely loaded. So when they say you'll be handsomely rewarded, I think they might mean it.
興味があるなら、極の蓋に行ってみようよ。そうだ、お金の話をするなら、タタルもいないとね。
That's more like,
オイラが呼んで
when
くる
somebody
から
like that,
先に行って待って
with
てお
that
くれ。
much money says you're going to be handsomely rewarded, like, you're seeing dollar signs. If you're interested, let's go to the, like, Hell's Lid. Yeah, and since this is about money, we should have, Tataru with us. I'll, get in touch with her, and meet up with you there. Okay. All we were doing is grabbing that. And yeah, it's about, like, the word transcend. It's pretty much impossible to avoid. It's in so much of the script. The word koeru shows up all over the script. It's one of the most commonly used words. Like, the word transcend is all throughout the script, constantly. And they even use it in the English a bunch, at points where they can't really avoid using it. Which leads to some pretty funny things, like an Asian saying, like, time to show them the true power of the echo, the power to transcend the very barriers of this world. That doesn't make any damn sense in the English.
そちらは誰とも出会わなかったか。
Yeah, you didn't run into anybody on the way here either?
よし、他の者らには
I would probably go with, like,
潜ん
you
でも
weren't
らってい
followed.
るところだ。慎重に進み、レシアンで待つヒエン様のもとへ参ろう。
Yeah, everybody else is, approaching, hiding in the shadows. Proceed with caution and meet, Lord Hien at the, Patriots Rise. Or Patriots Retreat? Patriots Rise? Yeah, like, well, what they say in the Japanese is that they said that they were going to transcend the barriers of the soul. Yeah, and they really could have, they could have very easily worked those things together.
いささか遅くなりもしたが、豪雪、ただいま帰参つかまつりました。
Yeah. Young master, I apologize for my incredible lateness. Your faithful servant, Gosetsu, has returned.
涙とは行き止まりが見えてこそこぼれるもの。道半ばであるうちは互いに笑っていよう。
I hate this guy so much. I cannot accurately describe how much I hate Hien so much. Like, this motherfucker, you didn't do anything, fuck off, man. Like, is this dude seriously going to do this, like, back-turned, like, faux deep bullshit? I hate this guy so much. Like, this is, like, save your tears for the end of the road. Or, you know, tears should be saved for the end. While we yet travel, let us walk together smiling. Fuck off. What do you mean?
決戦前夜にそう語ったのは他でもないわしだったな。
I'm convinced he's not actually the crown prince, he's just some dude LARPing. That would be amazing. Yeah, what he says here is like, yeah, you know, that's what was said to me on the, you know, eve of battle.
そして崩れゆく土間城にてそなたは笑った。
Or really, no, that Washi, I guess, was referring to Golsetsu. So it's like, you know, you told me that. Yeah. And as Castle Doma crumbled around you, you laughed. You smiled. Saede de Aruto. And I believed, what? Yeah, Washi is his first person pronoun. I mean, yeah, then I guess it was correct before. Mostly, it's like this whole monologue that he's doing is dumb, so it's kind of difficult to actually keep track of exactly what he's trying to say. That's cope. But also, I believe it entirely. You can skim mode. It's like, yeah. I believed, you know, that what you said that day. Like, that what you said that day, you know, gave me a sliver of hope that I've held on to all this time, like a fool. I really wish this would be the last scene we see him. Yeah, Gosetsu. This, Yokuzo. This Yokuzo is kind of interesting, because there's a couple of ways that you could have gone with this. Like, This is either I'm glad or well done. It's technically kind of both. He's giving him credit for surviving, but it's also, like, the meaning is, I'm so happy to see that you're okay. But I kind of like the yokuzo here, actually. Even though it would be kind of awkward in English, maybe. You know, like you could go... You're like, Yeah, you can hear the... Yeah, and he repeats it. Like, that's the thing there. It's yokuzo. Yokuzo. Kite itte kureta. You know, you could have him repeat the thing that he said before. Is like, you know... like, you go with, like, yeah... You've so far exceeded my expectations, or... like, I'm so proud to call you, my friends, some sort of thing like that, but it's like, you know... You did well. Thank you. For living.
アジムステップでの再会とは立場が逆になり申したな。
なり申しだな。Yeah, it appears as though our positions have reversed since that reunion in the Asian steppe.
言ってくれるわ。
言ってくれるわ. Sentence final, I don't like just going with like a, you know, oh, right, you are. I kind of like you're telling me, almost. I kind of like you're telling me.
ゆえにこそ、この胸の内もわかろう。
Okay, shut up. Yeah. However, that's why I'm sure you know exactly how I feel.
まったく。まったく。よく戻ったとしか言葉が出んわ。
Yeah, this is... I don't know what to say. I'm just glad you're back.
But しかしな、豪雪。何やら尋常ならざる事態になっているようではないか。
Shut up. 尋常ならざる事態. Fuck off with... I hate these people. Get me out, get me out, get me out. Yeah, but there, Gosetsu, it appears as though something quite out of the ordinary is occurring. Or has occurred.
さあ、立て。そして、これまでのことを聞かせてくれ。
Now then, please, stand and tell us what has happened to you thus far.
帝国軍め、堂々と紅玉会に部隊を送り込むとはやってくれるわ。
Yeah, those imperial bastards. They've really done it now. Sending, yeah, brazenly sending troops into the Ruby Sea.
は、代理総督とは多くの機密を知り得る立場。多少の無茶をしてでも。
Yes, an acting imperial governor. What was the term that we used? It wasn't viceroy, it was a different term for this, governor general. Not legate. I can't remember. For Dairi Sotoku. Yeah, a temporary governess is bound to know, you know, a plethora of state secrets. So, even if their actions are somewhat praetor, maybe, even if their actions are somewhat reckless,
取り戻すなり消すなりしたかったということか。
meaning that you would they either wanted her recaptured or dealt with.
あなた、おじいちゃんのお友達？
God, I don't know what to do for this Oji-chan. I don't know what to do for this Oji-chan. You don't want to go with Grandpa. But you also don't want to go with like a nickname based on Gosetsu. This is an awkward situation. I don't know if there's a term for this, like in languages that have generalized names for strangers that are based off of families. Because it's like Korean, Japanese, and Chinese all have the same thing. And certain cultures in English do. Where, you know, you call somebody like uncle or aunt, auntie, something like that. But yeah, Jesus, like, yeah, are you a friend of Gosetsu's Oji-chan? Familiar term for old man, kind old man. I don't know what to do. I'll have to think about it.
嘘か誠か、世継は記憶を失っております。いかにすべきか、和歌の沙汰を仰ごうと連れ帰った次第。
Whether it is true or a fabrication, Yotsuyu appears to have lost her memory. I've brought her back here in order to ask your advice as to what you believe we should do. Or what you believe should be done with her.
No.
Her memory. Huh.
どうあれ、ドマの民にとっては圧政の顔のようなもの。何の咎めもなく自由にさせるわけにもいくまいよ。しばし、列シアンに留め置くか。
Yeah. Whatever the case may be, as it stands, she's the, you know, the face of the oppression of the people of Doma. We can't simply let her free without any form of judgment. Let's have her detained in the... Oh, okay. The Hall of Patriots for now.
確かここの組頭はジフヤであったな。奴に引き渡し、しばし人目から隠すようにと伝えよ。
Nah, it's so the reason why his lines are a bit more difficult because it's these dudes are actually speaking with a like, samurai-style affectation. They are using some amount of, like, old-fashioned and non-standard Japanese. The English version for Final Fantasy XIV just kind of puts everybody into faux, old-timey English. Like, if, you know, Sid shows up on screen and that dude's just like, bam, 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 you can understand his shit immediately. But also, they use a lot of very complicated terms. Like, in terms of, games that are difficult to play in Japanese, Final Fantasy XIV is at, like, the top of the fucking list. This game is so goddamn complicated and so goddamn esoteric with the word choice. And specifically, its word choice. Not like... They don't use, like, old-timey stuff a ton, but they use words that are obscure enough that native Japanese speakers have difficulty reading the kanji in this game. Fairly frequently. And nah, the way that Uriager is translated in English doesn't apply to a single character in the fucking game. It doesn't make sense for anybody. Golsetsu should talk like a... just like, you know, an over-the-top sort of bravado guy. Like, just take anything that Golsetsu says and mentally imagine Brian Blessed saying a version of the line, and you've got about what he actually sounds like in the Japanese. You know, like, he shouldn't be speaking like an old-timey knight, but he should definitely be, like, you know, talking with bravado. That's fair. That's fair, Dak. Yeah, I mean, any games that have, like, a like, syllabus or something that's going to be, like, ridiculously dense is probably going to be more difficult. That's all, like, unvoiced. And so, the leader of the soldiers here is Zifia, right? Place her in his care and ask him to keep her out of sight for a while.
承知。
I have no idea if Zifia is actually male or female, though.
ついてこい。
Come with me.
やだ、あなた嫌い。だって怖いもの。
Yeah, no, I hate you. You're, you know, because you're scary. He's talking like a little kid.
おじいちゃん。
And then she's just calling out for Golsetsu. The English for that is, I don't want to, don't let her take me away. That's... No, 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 no. Okay, that's another example of them just not understanding emotion or having empathy. Yotsuyu in this scene doesn't understand what the concept of prison is. She doesn't understand anything that was just said. All she heard was, come with me, and she doesn't want to go with her because she's scary. That's it. She doesn't understand the concept of being taken away. Why would you translate it to that? Like, that makes her seem like she understands what the situation is.
Tsuyuよ、拙者も共に参るゆえ、おとなしく夕霧の言うことを聞くでござる。
Yeah, Tsuyu. I will be with you. So please, you know, like, yeah, be good now and listen to what Yugiri tells you. Yeah, I'll say, like, if people thought that this was an act in the English, it really doesn't feel like it in the Japanese at all.
打ってみせた男に寄り添い慕ってみせるか。
弟子てみてよ。デミス。男にYeah, the OCR misread a kanji there. It misread Yubi for finger. Yeah, this is like, you know, she's looking up to and following alongside the, you know, man she... Like, I would probably go with, like, you know, the man she put in the crosshairs and pulled the trigger on. Or something along those lines. Yeah, if this is an act, then it's, yeah, like masterful. But we'll see how, but we'll see. That one's a kind of hard one for the like pull the trigger metaphor. But you definitely want to keep the like trigger pull thing in there. Which they didn't in the English, of course. They just said, from a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel. Why? 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 Why do they keep going with dog metaphors? This is like the 6th time they've gone with dog metaphors for things that don't have dog metaphors. I don't get why they keep doing dog metaphors. It's like the only one that they know. The mongrel, yeah. My thanks for rescuing Gosetsu and Yotsuyu and bringing them here. You know, having allies willing to go to those sort of lengths is incredibly reassuring.
考えねばならんことは多いが、帝国軍についてはまず相手の出方を見るしかあるまい。
Yeah, that's the other thing. I wasn't even thinking about that, but that is like a kind of fucked up, like more demeaning thing to say. Like all that he was talking about in the Japanese was saying that, like, you know, she's gone from literally pulling, like literally shooting him to following him around and listening to his every word. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we need to take into consideration, but as far as the Imperial Army is concerned, we'll just have to wait and see what they do.
それよりも、せっかく遠方まで来たのだ。超人地を覗いていかんか？復興もだいぶ進んできたのでな。
Yeah, the Hilda stuff is weird, man. It's probably literally like Patch came up with the idea that it's just a Game of Thrones reference, and I think he's right. Like, he just wanted to reference Game of Thrones, and so changed an entire section to have a Game of Thrones reference in it for no reason? It's weird. Yeah, but since you've come all this way, why don't you look at the, take a look at the civilian district. Reconstruction is
よ
going
うや
well.
くドマを離れた者たちを受け入れる余裕も出てきた。エオルゼアで開拓団なる組織に加わっているドマの者たちも帰国を望んでくれるならいつでも受け入れるつもりだ。
Yeah, finally we'll be able to welcome back our, brethren who fled Doma. Those who left for Eorzea to join the pioneer effort are welcome to return at any time if they so desire.
ありがとうございます。ヒエン殿が気にかけていたこと、石の家にいる宝明さんたちが聞けば、きっと喜びますよ。
Thank you very much. Holme and the others were incredibly worried about you, and so I'm sure that they'll be, I'm sure them and everyone else at the House of Stone will be overjoyed to hear about this.
ああ、ごめんなさい。
Well, that was more like, you know,
少し帰りが遅いなと
they'll
思
be
って。
overjoyed that Hien is still thinking about them. Also, God, I love Alize's lines because she always just comes right in and sounds like a character from a completely different game. She's just like, yeah, sorry. You know, I was just thinking though that Gositsu and Yuri should have been back by now.
Hien 様、よろしいでしょうか。組頭であるジフヤの姿がどこにも見えぬのです。
Yeah. Lord Hien, a moment of your time. Jihaya, the leader of the group at Patriots Rise, is nowhere to be found.
妙だな。わしが着いた時には確かにおったはずだが。
That's strange. They were definitely here when I arrived.
ひとまず、四つ湯は別室に案内し、代わりの者に見張りを頼んでおいたでござる。しかし、責任者不在というのはいかがなものか。
That seems like a bad idea. Yeah, for the time being, I took Yotsuyu to a separate room and asked a substitute to watch over her. However, it seems incredibly strange that the person in charge of this area should be entirely missing.
確かに、あまり好ましい状況ではありませんね。私たちも手分けして、ジフヤという方を捜索しましょ
う。God, Alfino is in full political mode. As you say, this is a particularly unpleasant situation to find ourselves in. We'll assist with the search for Jifia at once.
かたじけない。では、私はレッシアンの外を探ってこよう。貴殿らは他の同志らへの聞き込みを頼む。
You have my thanks. Then I'll go and search outside of Patriots Rise, Patriots Retreat. If you all could please speak with my comrades, I'd be incredibly grateful.
よし、それではわしも。
And in that case, I'll join you.
ヒエン様はここにいらしてください。帝国軍に動きがあった場合、主君が不在とあっては対応が遅れかねませんので。
Lord Hien, please, remain here. If the Imperial Army were to make any sudden moves, having our Lord inaccessible could result in like could result in delays in our ability to respond.
なんと、ままならない身分になったものよ。では、すまんが捜索と聞き込みはそなたらに任せたぞ。
Well, huh. It's like, oh, really? Alright, guess you're the, honestly, I would probably go with, like, I guess you're the boss. Or, like, looks like I won't be getting a word in edgewise. Well then, I'll leave the searching and questioning to you. He is sort of saying, like, damn, I did just kind of get, like, one-upped here. Completely.
Jifuya さん、そういえば青い顔をしてどこかへ歩いて行きましたよ。
Yeah. Okay. Aoi Kao. So this is Mr. or Sir Jifuya. Now that you mention it, I saw him leaving to go somewhere with, like he looked incredibly pale. Like this Aoi Kao could either be like he looks ill, probably not ill, but more like, he's got like a shocked, sort of panicked look on his
過
face.
去がいつまでも追いかけてくるとか妙なことをつぶやいていましたね。
Yeah. He said, he muttered something, he was mumbling something as he passed me. Something like, no matter, like, your past always catches up with you. Or, guess you can't run away from your past forever. That's disconcerting.
ああ、ジフヤなら、北東側の出口に向かって歩いていくのを見ましたよ。鍛錬にお誘いしたのですが、断られてしまいました。
Yeah. Well, it's like we've got the, in English you've got like, scream until you're red in the face, but you also, like, scream until you're blue in the face, kind of. But it's, in English we would say more like, the color drained from your face, right? And probably in that line then it was like, he had, like, all the color was drained from his face as he walked by. To give you that same feeling of like, oh, he seemed like terrified. If you're looking for Jifuya, I saw him walking towards the northwest exit. I had invited him to join us in training, but he refused. Giving a very soldierly response.
さっき、アリゼイさんにも同じことを聞かれましたが、彼をお探しでしたら、北東側にも見張りの列士がおりますので、そちらに訪ねると良いかと思います。
Yeah, I told the same to Alize a short while ago. There's also, there's a guard on the to the northeast. So please feel free to ask him as well, sir.
Ah, オレオ、これから彼に話を聞こうとしていたところなの。この人がジフヤの去っていくところを目撃した。そうよ。
I was just about to start talking to this guy. Seems like he saw where Jifuya was going when he left.
ジフヤを見たかですって？ひどく青ざめた顔で外に出て行きましたよ。 豪雪様もその話を聞いて出て行かれましたが、
Yeah, oh, you're looking... Yeah, you're asking if I saw Jifia? Yeah, he had this, yeah, his face was... Yeah, he was horribly pale, when he left. Sir Gosetsu also, heard of this and, left immediately.
豪雪まで夕霧も出払っているっていうのに、ここで私たちまで全員で捜索に行くのはマジいいわね。
Yeah, Gosetsu? Left too? Yeah, with... Yeah, Yugiri, out in the field as well. If we leave, then... this place is gonna, this place is gonna be pretty much abandoned. Is more or less what she's getting at. If everybody leaves, it's gonna be, that's a bad look.
帝国軍が世継ぎを諦めたという保証もない状況で、彼女がいるレシアンを手薄にするわけにもいかないもの。私とアルフィノは、ここの警備に回るわ。
Yeah, there's no guarantee that the Imperial Army has given up on attempting to recapture Yotsuyu. We can't leave her in Patriots Retreat unguarded. So, I'll stay back here with Alfino and keep on lookout.
俺を、あなたは、ジフヤの捜索を、お願い。面倒をかけて悪いけど、よろしく頼むわね。
Warrior of Light, I'll, please, take care of... Yeah, please go, go look for Jifia. I know it's a bit of a... I know it's a pain, but I'm counting on you. Have things gotten better between the EN and JP as you progress further from ARR? No, worse. If anything, worse. Because more and more stuff piles up on top of it. On top of each other. All of the changes that they make lead to more and more desyncing of the script. The more things they change, the more the script desyncs. To the point where in the Japanese, they give you a full explanation of exactly how primals, aka idols, are summoned, whereas in the English, they give you a completely incorrect rundown. In the Japanese now, you got a ton of information about exactly how Transcendence works, whereas the English is getting more confusing. Yeah, so for example, in the Japanese they used the term for the artificial transcendence that was induced in Fordola. They used a different term that's basically transcendent. Again, it's a different form of the word transcendent. We went with exalted for the localization. In the English, they went with resonant. But then they stopped using the term resonant. They just started saying, oh, if an entire army could be infused with the echo, and they're using the term the echo, when in the Japanese, they're using a different term. They're not calling it the echo. They're not calling it transcendence. They're calling it a different thing. But the English just calls it the echo. Why? They even came up with a different term, but then they don't use the term anymore. There's tons of times where if they were going to stick with the term resonant, they should have kept calling it resonance. But they just don't. They just go back to calling it the echo. Which just massively confuses things. The way where it's very difficult to even keep track of it. Ooh, damn. Yeah, you were with, Lord Hien. Please, I'm begging you. forget about me, forget I was here. Or, I might even just go with, like, don't tell them where I am.
ここにいたか。
So this, yeah, this is where you were.
夕霧殿に豪雪殿、すまないことをした。急に姿を消したりして。
Yes. So Gosetsu, Lady Yugiri. My most sincere apologies for vanishing like this. Like that. For disappearing like that.
一体全体どうしたのでござる。まずは訳を聞かせてはもらえぬか。
Oh yeah, I just checked the English. Here's another reason why it's gotten worse. They just had Jifuya in the English say, "By the kami!" exclamation point. Your Lord Hien's, leave me, I beg you. Say nothing of this. I was never here. By the kami, as in like exclamation, is literally the dumbest thing I've ever seen in a translated script. To the point where, like, I would assume, if I saw this line, I would assume that it was from an abridged series or a straight-up troll sub. Like, I would assume it was from somebody doing it wrong on purpose as a joke. Telling me that this was in a professionally produced translation is literally unbelievable. Yeah, By the Kami is entirely insane. I've got a, in one of the streams, I did like a whole big-ass rant about it with a big old breakdown. But, summary, nobody would ever say this. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you don't okay, yeah, Mod. I don't speak Japanese, but I know Kami is a lot more specific than God. Yes. By the Kami is exclusive to the English translation? Yes. Entirely. It's completely made up. There is nothing in the Japanese script that tracks to By the Kami whatsoever. I genuinely did not believe people when they told me that the English script has people say, by the Kami, or thank the Kami. It is by the Kami's grace that we yet live. 0 times in the Japanese script do they make any reference to that, because that's not what Kami are. That's not what the concept of Kami is, whatsoever. It's, genuinely insane. Put it this way, it's like if you, imagine if a Japanese script had people, like, be Catholic or something, right? And instead of saying, like, oh, you know, thank God, they instead said, like, oh, thank the Archangel Michael, or thank the angels. Or imagine if you had, like, imagine if some, like, some piece of, like, a translation of Breaking Bad into, like, Arabic or something had people say, like, oh, praise science, you're here. It's like, ah, yes, these heathens do not understand, you know, they are not, you know, they're not Islamic, so therefore they would say praise science. For sure. Totally. Yeah, sweet liberty, no. Or like, yeah, having Americans say like, oh, thank the freedom, you're okay. Thank freedom, you're okay. Oh, Jesse, thank George Washington, you're okay. I might have to adopt thank freedom, right? Well, it's it's literally just, they have so little respect for the source material that they were just like, oh, we've been using Thank the 12, but now we are in Japan. So we will replace the phrases the 12 with the kami. That's it. That's the thought process. Ship it. Nobody says no. Yeah. What on earth is going on? Please, can you explain?
俺は主だったんだ。義郎のな。
Yeah. I was the owner of a brothel.
ジフやお主
Jifuya, you were...
そうさ。世つよは俺の店で働いていたのさ。
Yeah. It's as you... It says you think. Yotsuyu used to work at my shop. By the way, Gositsu, they're saying, Jifuya was replaced with by the kami. Instead of saying Jifuya, they have him say, by the kami! So, you know, like, bro.
ある日、常連だった苗売りの旦那から相談されてな。娘をうちの店に売りたいと言うんだ。出戻りだが、まだ若く美しいってな。
Yeah, one day. Yuri no. Yeah, one day, the father of the head of the Nayuri household, came to speak with me. Hmm? Gimusume. Wait a second. Keeping track of exactly who these people are is difficult. I don't remember exactly who these people are. So I'm trying to translate this. I believe this is her father-in-law, then? Like, yeah, if I remember, she married into a family. The husband died, and then this would be her father-in-law, right? Yes, I think. Okay, yeah. The head of the Nayuri household, who was a regular customer of mine, suddenly came to... Or yeah, came to speak with me, wanted to sell his, daughter-in-law to, my shop. Saying that she was, she was divorced, but, she's still, young and beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, if I'm remembering the backstory right, that's correct. Also, yeah, she was... Yeah, divorced, or... This is like a... Demodori. Daga is like, yeah, divorce and moving back in with your parents. So wait, maybe this is like her actual biological father, but then this has got to be some older Japanese terminology that I am not familiar with. It should be stepfather, but I'm not sure. Basically, it's like she's been married once before, but she's still beautiful and, you know, young and beautiful. Also, wow, so remember how we were saying that in the English, they said that Haurchefant was problematic? And that's why they changed it? The English for this line is, her father was a regular customer of mine. One day, quite without preamble, he offered to sell her to me. She may be no maiden, he said, but she has some use left in her. They wrote that. They wrote that. For, you know, she's been married once before, but she's still young and beautiful. So, that doesn't read like a translation, that reads like a fantasy of yours. That sounds like something that you're into. Why would you put that in the script? The situation is already bad, you don't need to try and make it worse. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. Just, yeah, it's unnecessarily explicit. It's like, it's insensitive, right? It's not being handled with any sort of tact, and yeah, it comes off as the writer's barely disguised fetish. Remember, Haurchefant was problematic.
会ってみて驚いたよ。確かに美しかったが、何より全てを諦めたような、正気のない人形のような顔が印象的だった。
印象的だ。Yeah, and here, yeah, when I saw her, I was shocked. She was absolutely beautiful, but above, you know, but more than anything, yeah, it seemed like she had, you know, given up entirely on life, on everything. She just had a blank, you know, a lifeless look on her face. Like a doll. Or you go with, like, you know, she had a face like a doll's. Like she just, you know, lifeless. Like she'd given up on everything. What the fuck? The English says, he sold her short? When I first beheld her, I was struck by her beauty, and yet behind her eyes there was an emptiness. 'Twas as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman. What do you mean, he sold her short, she seemed more a doll than a woman? That isn't what the fuck he said. It's already bad. This just feels like your read on the situation. Like, this is very fortunate timing with us talking about, like, the whole thing with Haurchefant being problematic being a blatant lie. You don't write this if you're concerned about the depiction of, like, women in your story or whatever.
とても客商売に向いているようには思えなかったが、どういうわけか、その冷たい瞳に引きつけられる客も多かった。
I didn't think that she would be suited to this, you know, to, you know, the entertainment business. But for some reason, you know, there were, like, many customers attracted to those, like, that cold look in her eyes. The English has him say, it was no profession for her, but I knew she would be popular.
帝国の艦長になってあっという間にのし上がっていった。気づけばドマの代理総督様と来たもんだ。
It's just like, pretty much what we've seen from all of it, Moth, is that they don't understand emotions. Like, they do not understand character emotions. They are pretty much entirely unable to empathize with the characters. So, things that characters say that have some sort of, like, you know, subtle emotion behind them, or even very obviously stated emotion behind them, are just entirely mistranslated. It's like they don't understand why characters do things. You know, everything after that, I'm sure you already know. I became a spy working against the Empire, and... No, I became a spy for the Empire. Oh, no, yeah, she became a spy for the Empire. And quickly rose to the top. And then, yeah, by the time I realized it, she was the acting governor of all of Doma.
では、お主が反乱軍に身を寄せたのも
Yeah, so then the reason you joined the insurgents was, yeah, like to... You know, for your own protection.
世つゆの悪逆非道な行いがドマのために対す
Oh
る
yeah, I
意志
mean...
返しってんなら、俺もその原因だ。あんな恨みの権化を生む片棒を担いちまったんだからな。
Yeah, okay, this is another one, but yeah, also, it would be basically impossible to actually fix the translation at this point. This line is... Yeah, yeah, if Yotsuyu's, like, absolutely inhuman acts are revenge against the people of Doma, you know, then I'm, you know, part of the cause of that. You know, I had part in... You know, in making her into this, you know... Yeah, like, incarnation of revenge. Or incarnation of hatred. The English for that is, "'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became." Again, listen to the emotion in that line is gone. Like, here, he very clearly understands that, like, he's actually empathizing with Yotsuyu here. The phrase, like, the term, "anna urami no koge," like, that is a incarnation of hatred, of malice, resentment. And saying, like, and he says, "Katabo o katajimattan dakara na." That's, he's showing, like, a regret for that. Yeah, in the English, it doesn't come off anything like... He just calls her a monster. He calls her a monster and not like a... You know, something hell-bent on revenge. Which is very different. Saying that she is hell-bent on revenge and that he played a part in that is him taking accountability.
せめてもの罪滅ぼし。
せめても罪滅ぼし。Yeah, like, and せめてもの罪滅ぼし. Like, this is like, yeah, all of this, I guess, was just in some tiny way, me trying to atone for what I've done. And, like, the fact that he says, せめてもの罪滅ぼし, is he saying, like, he's minimizing it, like, at the tiniest amount that he can. This is him saying, like, I know that what I've done is so horrible that I could never actually fully atone for it like this, but I'm trying in some tiny way to do what I can. Right? And he's calling that almost like, selfish, right? Like self-serving here. The English just says joining the front was meant to be my atonement. No indication that he thinks that isn't good enough, or that it's self-serving. Nothing. All of his guilt is erased from the English.
取り繕いはしないな。今もこうして逃げ出してきたように。俺は怖かったんだ。四つより復讐されるのが。
Yeah. He says, yeah, it's like, I can't keep this up. I can't hide the fact that I'm scared and I ran. Like, I was scared of what she would do to me for, like, to get her revenge. The English there is, the truth is, I'm a coward whose only thought was to escape her wrath, then as now. Like, no, you can hear the VA, he's, like, trembling. He is terrified of what she would do to him, and he believes he would deserve it.
事情は分かった。飛燕様には拙者から良きように伝えておくでござる。追ってお主には別の役回りが与えられよう。
Yeah, I understand. I will convey to Lord Hien that you are, yeah, doing well. Yeah, after I will, assign for you to be given a separate post.
夕霧もそれでよいな。
Yurin, that's alright by you as well.
この調子ではとても重要な捕虜の管理は任せられまい。お主の判断に任せよう、豪雪。
Yeah. In his present state, there's no way we could entrust him with with keeping watch over such an important prisoner of war. I defer to your judgment, Gosetsu.
ありがてえ。恩に切れよ。
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm in your debt.
果たして守りたいのはどちらなのか。
Hmm. Yeah, honestly, like, Moth, that's the thing that really bothers me about a lot of this stuff, is that, people shouldn't have to learn an entire other language just to, like, enjoy art/media, whatever distinction you want to draw between them. But really, like, you kind of can't get away from it. There are a lot of good resources for learning Japanese, and I mean, learning a language is always fun. But yeah, it is very obnoxious because people shouldn't have to. You know, like, I should be able to just, like, play a game and enjoy it and talk with my friends without having to, like, re-explain the game or having to constantly be like, okay, what did they fuck up here? Right? And it's like, yo, so I wonder who you're really trying to protect. Yeah, I'm just speaking to myself. Please, excuse me. So, for me personally, I think like Denshu, the website is a pretty good one. But yeah, also I think people in chat have some good suggestions as well. I'm interested in what you mean by an upcoming line. But like, man, they really made Jifuya just seem really, like, way more fucked up and gross than he was in the Japanese. Like, in the Japanese, it's bad, but it's handled more delicately. Far more delicately. And this is the thing, is that the thing that they don't seem to understand is that he genuinely regrets what he did. And so he's not going to go into explicit detail and start, like, dehumanizing Yotsuyu. He feels awful about what he did. So this, like, he would never repeat the phrase, "She may be no maiden, but she has some use left in her." He would never fucking say that. Like, those words would die in his throat if that character had even said that, which he didn't. Right? Like, if you have any ability to see things from other people's perspective, you would know that he would never fucking say that. And then he sold her short. When I first beheld her, I was struck by her beauty. Like, no, he said, like, he was right, you know, she was beautiful. He said that, like, offhandedly. He said, yes, she was beautiful. But that's it, and then he moved on. Because he doesn't want to stick on that. Because he is deeply ashamed of himself. Yeah. Yeah, this is no time for getting lost in thought. Well, let's go back to Patriots Rise. And, you know, like, that's just a very consistent thing where they don't actually correctly identify what characters are feeling or how they would act as a result of how they're feeling. I do not remember the way to fly into this place. God, kill me. What the fuck is the route in? You know what? I'm just gonna hit this. Yeah, like, yeah, like when people say like, oh yeah, they were developed side by side, like the scripts are written side by side. It's just kind of blatantly not the case, considering how much stuff is completely different, and how much, like, bullshit is in the English that just isn't there in the Japanese at all. You know, like the Ishgardian salt licks. God, man. When Koji Fox said 90% of my, when Koji Fox said that 90% of his lore creation happens during the localization process, he really meant it. As in, if you translate that statement of his, it means 90% of the things I say about the game are made up. Yeah, thank you for your help. Gositsu told me everything.
それにしても、あのジフヤが怯えて逃げ出すとは、夜露がドマにもたらした闇は、今なお深いのだな。
ジフヤが。あ、夜露。Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's no communication, or at least no honest communication between the languages. That much is very obvious. Also, yeah, this line is... But still, for Jifuya to be, you know, like, caught up in a panic like that and run away. Oh, where's the Arastoya avatar? Fuck, I forgot about it. It's too late now, I'm not gonna set it up anymore. Yeah, this is like the shadow that, or yeah, the darkness that Yotsuyu brought to Doma, you know, is still deep. You know, it's like, or like the shadow she cast over Doma still hangs over our heads. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Okay, so all that Hien said here, he might say something in the next line, but what Hien said here is just like, yeah, you know, Jifuya ran like that. He got... he got spooked. Yeah, that was obieru. Like, he was, you know, like, so scared he ran away. In the English he says, I would not presume to defend the life Jifuya yet led before he joined the front, nor will I condemn it. Frankly, it is not my place to judge. I will only say this, the Jifuya I know has ever been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee bespeaks the depths of his terror. Even now, Yotsuyu casts a shadow over the realm. Where did they get any of that? Why are they having Hien run defense for the guy? Huh?
しかし、今は、夜露ばかりにも構ってはおれん。帝国軍に動きがあったようなのでな。すまんが、今一度、姿の力を貸してほしい。
Yeah, it's like, yeah, however, yeah, I can't afford to just, focus on this issue with Yotsuyu. I need your help once more. The, Imperial Army seems to be making a move. Yeah, so that whole line in that whole, like, paragraph in the English about him saying, like, oh, I will not condemn, or it's not my place to judge what Jifuya did. Bitch, it literally is your place to judge. You're the king! Like, what do you mean it's not your place to judge? Literally, that's your job! Why did you... Where did... Like, literally everything. The Jifuya I know has ever been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee bespeaks the depths of his terror. Like, literally all they said was, like, you know, Jifuya was scared and ran. Right? That's entirely outside of what I believed he was capable of. And, you know, Yotsuyu, the shadow that Yotsuya cast over Doma, you know, still lingers. That's it. The rest of him talking about, like, running defense, saying, like, hey man, I wasn't there. Maybe, Jifuya Kasbi was a good guy. I'm just saying I wasn't there. Specifically. Allegedly. I'm just saying we don't know what the baby holds. Yeah. Jifuya was definitely Diddy.
そなたらが、 ジフヤを探している間に、忍の里から緊急の知らせが舞い込んできた。ドマの国境付近にて、帝国軍の飛空戦艦が目撃されたらしい。
Yeah, okay. While you were out looking for Jifia, we got a urgent report from the, Ninja Shinobi village. Apparently a Imperial flying, a warship, Imperial battleship has been spotted near the Doman border.
四つ湯の奪還に、さらなる部隊を差し向けたか、はたまた、本格的な再進行に先駆けた、
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
の類か。
Hold up, guys. We've got a decent amount of people here who were, like, I haven't seen in chat very much. So I do want to say, like, if you want to know what the worst, line from Stormblood is, and a indication that things did not get better, you need to look no further than than this Tataru line. Let me find it real quick. So, when Tataru is setting up the thing for, like, getting you, for getting you out of Doma and that she was going to take care of everything, they put this into the script, right? Personally, I would prefer to host you for a few days, but Tataru was adamant that you return on the first available ship. One could almost expect she is eager to be rid of you. Idle musings, not more. Purely hypothetical and most assuredly incorrect. She only wants the best for her dear friends, and is surely not motivated by hidden desires to go gallivanting about with her Hingan paramours. As you can imagine, that shit was entirely made up. The actual line was, to be a bit quick with it, is, you know, Tataru going to all this lengths to get everything done for you guys, I think is her way of showing how much she cares about you. You know, that she wants you to be able to rest, even for just a little bit. And then, you know, I think you should just let her do what she wants and, you know, take her up on her offer. Once you return to Eorzea, you know, there's no end in sight until the war is over. So, this might be your only chance to get a real break. Literally nothing about Tataru having Hingan paramours. Entirely made up. The actual line is Hancock dropping the dirtbag act and telling you genuinely, Tataru cares about you and is doing this because she really loves you guys. The English changes it to Tataru is wanting to get rid of you to go around and sleep with a bunch of Japanese dudes. Even if it's being said sarcastically, why would you put that in the game? And again, remember, Harshaphant is problematic. We can't have that in the game. Harshaphant is problematic. We can't have that in the game. But we can put the thing about Tataru apparently sleeping around. That being put in the game, that's fine. Yeah. So it's like, has the translation gotten better since ARR? Nope. Not at all. Not in the fucking slightest. Yeah, whether this is another attempt to retrieve Yoltsu, or Yeah, whether this is some form of reconnaissance prior to a full-scale invasion is still unknown, but whatever the case may be, they've gotten this together very quickly.
知らせによれば、九段の飛空戦艦はカストルム・フルーミニスを目指しているようだ。急ぎ現地に赴
Or
き、
like, yeah,
帝
they're
国軍
showing
の
up
出方を見
fast.
極めたい。
According to the report, the warship seems to be heading for Castrum Fulminus. I want to head there as soon as possible and, yeah, see, you know, like what the Imperial Army is planning to do.
ただし、相手を刺激せぬよう、手数は最小とする。夕霧、そしてオレオよ、どうこうを頼めるか？
Yeah, however, we shouldn't go in force so as to not, you know, spark some sort of any form of retaliation. Yugiri and Warrior of Light, would you be willing to go with me?
承知。何があろうと、御身をお守りいたします。
Understood. Yeah, whatever may happen, I will do my utmost to protect you, my lord.
私とアリゼーにも何か手伝わせてください。ドマに危機が迫っているかもしれない状況で、ただ傍観していることなどできません。
Yeah, please, allow me and Alize to do anything that we can to help. Yeah, we can't just sit around and do nothing as, you know, crisis looms over Doma.
では、甘えさせてもらおう。アルフィノは人狼族の白狼を知っておるな。あやつと協力して町陣地を見回ってもらいたい。
Also, MTL moment, this isn't what that means. I'll take you up on that offer. Alfino, yeah, you know Hakuro of the werewolves, right? I'd like you to join him and keep lookout around the civilian district.
飛空戦艦
Residential
の飛来
district,
に
rather.
動揺するものあれば沈めてやってくれ。そして万が一にも町陣地が攻められるようなことがあれば民の避難誘導を頼む。
Yeah, if any of the citizens are frightened by the appearance of the airship, I'd like you to try and calm them down as best you can. And if by any chance the residential area were to be attacked, I'd like you to assist in an evacuation.
わかりました。全力をもって当たらせていただきます。どうかお気をつけて。
Understood. I'll do everything in my power to help. Please be careful.
イエン様、拙者は
Lord Hien, what of me?
帝国の狙いは四つ湯かもしれん。列シアンに残って襲撃に備えつつ四つ湯を見張れ。
The Empire may still be after Yotsu, so I'd like you to stay here and keep close eye on her.
承知つかまつった。では、拙者は四つ湯の元へ向かうでござる。ヒエン様、くれぐれもご無事で。
Understood. Then I will go at once to Yotsu. Hien-sama. Or Lord Hien, please, be careful.
留守番を命じられたというのに、ご説明、随分素直に受け入れたものだ。
Yeah. Rusuban. Like, this is so much fun. Yeah. Wait, you got told to yeah, like, house sit, or, like house sit, and he actually just accepted it. Like, I can't believe it. Gosetsu? You know, Gositsu actually was the phrase Rusubon here is the sort of thing you use for, like, you know, like a kid staying at home or like somebody staying home alone. It's you know, it isn't exclusively used for children, but it is sort of like it's a menial chore sort of thing. And it's strange that Gositsu would just like accept that instead of wanting to go out for the fight himself.
帝国の連中が何を考えて飛空戦艦を派遣してきたのか確かめに行こうではないか。
Alright. Now then, let's head to Castrum Fulminus, find out what the, you know, Imperial's intention with sending this warship out is. Damn it. So far away! But yeah, it's, there's just tons of stuff that's not actually foreshadowed. Like how in the Japanese, in Omega, they tell you explicitly that the Omega that was sent to this planet was only a single part of a much larger force, and that there are very clearly other, either things like Omega or literally other Omegas. That's just open information in the Japanese. Not really sure why they got rid of it in the English. Like, they just tell you straight up that the Omega that you're fighting is just like a single drone being commanded by a much larger entity.
航空から攻撃を仕掛けてきた場合、現状のドマに対抗しうる兵器はほとんど存在しない。アジムステップの民から借り受けた。
Yeah, we really have
巨大な
not.
目となるだろう。
Every proper noun has been either changed or removed. It's crazy. In the event of an airborne attack, Doma, as it currently stands, has very few means to counter that. We'd have to rely on the birds, the like eagles from the Azov Steppe. There's no way that's gonna keep working. You can't just put dudes on birds with axes and go up against airships.
ふむ、内部に帝国兵が潜んでいる様子はなし。飛空戦艦がいかなる理由でドマへやってきたにせよ、単艦行動であることは間違いなさそうだな。
Yeah, Omega being mentioned as a lone unit in the JP. I'm sure that'll never come back. Yeah. What the fuck did the English community do when, like, more Omegas showed up? They would have to assume that it was a retcon. Like, very clearly, they're going to have more Omegas or, like, other things that are like Omega show up. Like, that's obviously going to happen. It's not even a spoiler to say that happens. It's just very obviously a thing that's going to happen. Yeah, there's no sign of Imperial soldiers inside. Whatever business that battleship is here on seems like a it's operating alone.
忍の里からの報告によれば、飛空戦艦は間もなく目視できる距離まで接近してくるはずだ。わしらも基地の中で連中の到着を待ち構えるとしよう。
Well, yeah, I mean, like, there's tons of retcons in the English, because from ARR, they make it very clear that Transcendence, aka the Echo, isn't from Heidelin, and so it's very obvious that that's going to become a problem later, that they're going to need to retcon. Like, we've got a running bet going on how long it's going to take for them to eventually, like, be forced to say, actually, the Echo isn't from Heidelin. Yeah, according to the report from the the ninja village. The battleship should be within sight soon. Let's go into the base to wait for those bastards to show up. Yeah, that scene in the Japanese is still there. But you don't get the impression that there are other Omegas, right? Like, it's far more vague. And it makes it far less, interesting. Because it comes off as very sad in the Japanese. Yeah, that's the thing, Moth. That's the thing that, like, actually makes me, like, sad. Is that people put a ton of work and effort into, like, making lore breakdowns and to, you know, discussing the story and stuff. And so much of what they're talking about is just literally made up. And they have no way of knowing it. And it's like, man, that... Like, if I was working on the translation, that would make me feel bad. You know, like... That people who, like, love the game that much are... You know, spiraling in theory crafting and stuff based on completely incorrect information that I put out there. Like, that would suck. I would feel really bad. Yeah. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Moth, the Japanese community didn't like Dawn Trail either. The Japanese community did not like Dawn Trail either. They were complaining very heavily. That smoke. What do you think, Yugiri?
ドマ古式ののろし信号と見て間違いないかと。自らを停戦の使者と示すものです。ですが、本気でしょうか？
のろし信号見て。Yeah, it looks like a like a old Doman smoke signal. You know, seeming they seem to be designating themselves as, they seem to be indicating a desire for a ceasefire. Or for, peace. Yeah, what do you think? Do you think they're serious?
Sate, わからんな。
Yeah. You know? Salte. Wakaran na. Useless. He's useless. Okay. Now then. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, like, honestly, the thing is that I really don't put any amount of blame on individual voice actors for the English. Like, one, you're not going to hit the same level of quality getting random English voice actors compared to the absolute A-listers that they're getting for the Japanese. Like, the Japanese voice acting talent is insane in this game, right? In order for the English to compare, you would need to be getting, like, shit, what's his name? You know, like, you would be... Pretty much it's the equivalent of, like, you know, they got, like, your J.K. Simmons and, you know, it's like J.K. Simmons, Mark Hamill, shit like that. You know, like, even dudes who are above the designation of, like, English voice actors. I'm talking like the people that they get, yeah, like Christopher Judge, right? those are the sort of people that they're getting for the Japanese voice acting. Like, they're getting absolute A-listers. And so, of course, the English is not going to be able to compete. Yeah, and, you know, the Japanese voice actors are all getting into the studio together. They're all extreme professionals. And, like, of course the English voice acting isn't going to be nearly as good. Like, how could it be? They're not putting anywhere near the same amount of money or, you know, talent into it. And, I mean, it would be pretty conceited to think that, like, mid-level, not even particularly well-known voice actors in America are going to be at the same level as top-of-the-field voice actors in Japan.
ともあれ、こちらの流儀で話そうという相手を問答無用で叩き落とすわけにもいくまい。
So, you know, whatever the...
ロマは礼節を知らん国で
Like,
は
I
ない
know
から
that a lot
な
of people were very upset about the quality of the voice acting for, like, Wuklamat. Yeah, there can be a lot of good English voice actors. It's not like they're all terrible. But it's that, you know, Japanese voice acting is really cut above just because of how much competition and funding is put into it. You know, like, it's like their thing, because game voice acting for projects as big as this is the big leagues, right? Like, game voice acting in America is not the big leagues, right? Like, you wouldn't catch Tom Cruise or, God, I can't remember actor names right now. But, you know, like, any, like, big name voice actors, you wouldn't catch them doing a video game. Yeah, like, where's Brad Pitt doing this? Like, no, you're not gonna get that. You're not gonna get, God, I just can't remember people's names. But that's who you're getting in Japan, because voice acting is the big leagues. They're, you know, big name voice actors are the famous actors. You know, they're celebrities at the same level as someone like, you know, Brad Pitt. So, of course they're going to be better. It's just more highly valued. Yeah, and... yeah, okay, so considering that they're going out of their way to you know, use our customs here, we can't exactly just blow them out of the sky. You know, Doma isn't some sort of uncivilized... Yeah, I would actually just go with, like, Doma isn't that uncivilized.
ならば、私が応じて様子を伺いましょう。
Yeah, in that case, I'll arrange a response and see how they react.
それには及ばん。あちらの望み通り、正々堂々相対すとしよう。
Yeah, that's not enough. Let's do what they as they've requested, and you know, see each other face to face, just like they want.
それに、わしは興味がある。わざわざ古風にものろしを上げて見せた相手にな。
Yeah. Besides, yeah, I'm interested in who exactly would, you know, go out of their way to use such an old-fashioned smoke signal. Also, 1 second here. This is a bad spot to do this, but I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Speed run. Time me. 45 seconds. And time. It's worth noting that that was 100%. I didn't do hand wash skip. And the bottle wrong warp is banned. But honestly, like, oh yeah, like seeing Eagle there saying, like, you know, not like we'd get Christian Bale Thancred, right? Like, that is actually a pretty apt comparison. Because a lot of the people who they're getting for Final Fantasy XIV are sort of like the equivalent of a Christian Bale. In terms of, you know, recognizability and, relative fame.
Ha. 出過ぎたことを申しました。では、受け入れる旨の罵りをあげましょう。
Yeah, yes, so it's, yes, I overstepped, my lord. Yeah, I'll raise a smoke signal to indicate that we're willing to accept them. Yeah, dude, Hien's barber with that, like, neck scruff. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this dude?
これはドマの若君を自らお出迎えいただけるとは。
I don't like this guy. I immediately don't like this guy. I immediately don't like this guy. Oh my. I didn't expect that the young lord of Doma himself would come and welcome us. This dude, I can already tell he sucks.
相応の礼節をもって応じるのが筋というもの。
If you're truly here to negotiate peace, then it's only proper to, you know, respond with a, you know, appropriate gesture of goodwill.
そうだろ？帝国の。
Isn't that right, sir? He's prompting him for his name, I'm assuming.
失礼いたしました。私の名は朝日サス・ブルテス。帝都より大使として派遣されてまいりました。
My apologies. My name is Asahi Sos Brutus. I've been sent as a ambassador from the from the imperial capital.
朝日、苗売家の嫡男、世露の弟です。
Asahi, yeah, he's the heir to the Nayuri family and Yotsuyu's younger stepbrother. Which, yeah, wait a second. So they did just make a fundamental error in the translation before, where they referred to the dude who sold Yotsuyu into to the brothel as her father, when they said that it was the head of the Nayuri family. And here they're referring to this kid as the heir to the Nayuri family as her stepbrother. So they literally just they just fucked that one up. Alright. If that was the only sort of thing that occurred in the translation, that would be fine. Like, making mistakes like that is totally fucking normal. And if that was all that it was like, oh, they called this guy her father when he's actually her stepfather. Wouldn't a father be the head of the family? No. because they go out of their way to say specifically the head of the Nairi household. That was the term used in the Japanese. Saying father there is not accurate.
おや、私のことをご存知とは。さすがは音に聞こえし、霧隠れの忍びさん。諜報員としても一流でいらっしゃる。
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that moth, to be honest. I don't remember the exact breakdown, but it's, the English is not helping it. Ah, so you know who I am then? Yeah, just as the rumors say, you truly are a masterful intelligence agent.
確かに、前代理総督の世継は私の姉です。ですが、私は苛烈な圧政を敷いてきた彼女とは違う。戦うためではなく、戦いを止めるために来たのです。
Yeah, no, in the Japanese they said that he was the heir. So, I don't really get what's going on with that. I'm not going to try and untangle it, but... Yeah, it's true that the, former acting governess Yotsuyu is my sister-in-law. But... I'm, not... Yeah, I'm not like her. I'm not here to attempt to reign over Doma with fear and cruelty. I haven't come here to fight, but to put an end to the fighting. Him going that far of his way to talk shit about Yotsuyu makes him seem fucked.
ここにいるマキシマラ民衆派の同志たちと活動
I
を
don't
続
trust
けて
this
きました。
dude even slightly. Yeah, I've been working with Maxima and the others here to attempt to change imperial policy from within. Like, yeah, imperial, provincial policy from within. Yeah, from a democratic faction, or it's democratic or populist.
It's
really more like
全権
democratic.
大使の任を与えられ派遣されてきたのです。
Jesus fucking Christ. Zenkin Taishi. Zenkin Taishi, really? Populares? I don't really like that, but whatever. So then, in recognition of my efforts, Emperor Valis appointed me ambassador plenipotentiary, and dispatched me here as ambassador plenipotentiary. That makes it seem like Varus is on board with this. Well, this is actually like that term is being used here. Like, it's that's someone who is acting on behalf of a government with full authority. Oh, it's plenipotentiary. I've only ever seen the word written. Fucking hell. Actually, how do you pronounce this?
Plenipotentiary.
Plenipotentiary. Okay, cool. That is what that word means.
ドマと和平交渉をするために
To negotiate peace with Doma. Best character in the game. I don't trust this little shit as far as I could throw him. Well, I mean, I could probably throw him moderately far, actually. So, I mean, he's on thin ice. Like, he's on ice, but it is thin. I understand, yeah. Anything further shouldn't be discussed out here standing around in the open. Yeah, I have no idea who the fuck this character is. Yeah, I'll invite you, into my castle mansion as guests. Please, follow me into the city of Doma.
もちろん喜んで
Or the residential district of Doma. Of course, gladly. They named a beer after this guy? Yeah. The thing is that, like, there's a couple of situations in which I will moderately enjoy an Asahi. It goes fairly well with certain types of sushi. That's about it. I do not like beer.
さて、それでは彼らを町陣地へ案内するとしよう。そなたも町陣地まで来てくれんか？湯塚大官屋敷のそばにある
Do not
城
like
下船場
alcohol,
から
man.
船が出ているのでな。
Tastes bad. Yeah, well then. Yeah, let's show them into the residential district. Boats leaving from the boathouse.
夕
Okay,
霧
sure.
城下船場にて渡し船の準備をくれぐ
夕
れ
霧
も粗相のないようにな。
Prepare the ferry. You know, ensure that the, yeah, it won't be too rough of a ride. Was it Michael who drank some Yakuza types on the table? That was both of us. Well, Michael with the Yakuza types. I mean, both of us have very much, it's not really something to brag about because out drinking, like, salarymen in Japan is very easy. It is very easy. Aren't drinking and smoking competitive sports in Japan? Yes. I believe it was one of those salarymen who did tell me when we were out drinking, who said that the, like, national sport of Japan is drinking. Which is a fantastic line. You know, it's like Americans have baseball. Japan has getting absolutely wasted.
道中、崩れた建物や破壊された帝国の兵器を多く目にしました。戦火の爪痕はそうすぐに消えるものではありませんね。
Yeah, like this guy. Oh, this guy strikes me as scummy as fuck. I don't like him at all. He's trying too hard. Yeah, along the way here, I saw so many collapsed buildings and, you know, remnants of destroyed Imperial weaponry. You know, it appears as though, like, the scars of war don't have, you know, will linger here for quite some time. He's trying so hard to come off as friendly.
船の準備は万事済ませておいた。
I don't like this little
イエス様と
fucker.
大使伝らは私がお連れするゆえ、そなたも次の船で町陣地まで来てくれ。
Okay, made all the preparations of the ship, bring the ambassadors with me. Okay, we'll take the
知っ
next
ての
boat.
ことと思うが、町陣地へ渡りたいときは、そこの浄化船
You
場の
shouldn't
船
mistrust
頭に声
Asahi
を
just
かけれ
because his
ばよ
name
い
is like if somebody
それ
named
では向かう
Budweiser
とし
showed
よ
up. I wasn't even thinking about that. But that would be funny. But no, the name is not that weird. The name is not that weird. It's a fairly common name. So what's the line that I was supposed to be like on the lookout for? Or has it already happened? I know we've been sort of like dawdling.
ここからドマ
So
超
I don't
陣
really
地へ
know.
と船を渡して
Oh, it was Hien's line? What, where he like makes excuses for that dude? Yeah, no, none of that was there then. And like the brothel guy was also way more sympathetic. Like he clearly was downplaying his involvement and distancing himself. But it was more of like I'm very ashamed of what I've done and I'm terrified of what she would do to me, rightfully so, if she got her hands on me. Like, the things that he said were not nearly as fucked in the Japanese either. Like, it was distasteful, and the guy is very clearly a scumbag. But it's far more, you know, like, reasonable in the Japanese. And Hien doesn't comment
お
on
お
it.
待っておったぞ改めてよくぞ町陣地へ来てくれたここの町並みも随分と復興しただろ
Ah, yeah, we've been waiting for you. Yeah, thank you for coming to the residential district. Yeah, the place has had a pretty big revival, huh?
う復興の手始めに賓賀市の国の鬼刺繍に依頼し天魂とそなたらのいうエーテライトも建設したのだ階段の前にそなたも交換しておくといい
Onishishu. I don't actually know what Onishishu is here. The start of the restoration, we commissioned the Onishishu. It's some sort of faction I don't actually remember the name of. Yeah, the eastern lands, Hingasi no Kuni, to build the tower. Yeah, and the Aetherite. Oh, wait, no, I
大自
vaguely
然な
remember
りは
these guys.
すでにわしの館に入ってもらっておる思いがけぬことになったがこれより館にて会談
The
を行う
ambassadors
そなたに
already
も
have
同席を頼めるか
been welcomed into my residence. This is a unprecedented situation, but we're going to have a meeting.
暁に属
like
す
you to
る
be
そな
with
たの
me.
列席は我らドマとエオルゼアとの
Crafting
連帯を
Guild.
示すものとなろう帝国相手の交渉ごととなればその程度の演出はしたいのだ
Yeah, your presence at this meeting as a member of the Dawn will be a show of solidarity between us. Yeah, between Doma and Eorzea. I'd like that to be apparent when conducting negotiations with the
アリゼ
Empire.
ーとアルフィノも同席を引き受けてくれておるそなたらを利用するようですまんがどうか頼む
You can start the Doma restoration quest line if you wanted. It's a thing where you donate a bunch of guild to each weekly reset. But I don't want to give Doma any money. I don't want to give Hien a single fucking gil. I want him to be driven out in the street. I fucking hate this guy. If I could do anything that would mildly benefit Hien, I'll do the opposite. Yeah, Oze and Ulfino have already agreed. I'm sorry for, yeah, like, using all of you like this, but please. I need you to do this for me. Yeah, sure. Like, the fact that he says that he's sorry for, you know, using you, Alize and Alfino, as basically a show of force, does go a decent way to humanizing him, but at the same time, fuck this guy. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like, Yeah, having you there with me would be very reassuring.
わしの館はここより西側にある。飛燕館の門兵に声をかけてくれれば入れるのでな。
Yeah, my
先に
manor
黙っ
is
て
to
お
the
る
west
ぞ。
of here. You let in. Okay. Okay, we're doing a big old diplomatic cutscene, huh? Gonna be talking politics. Oh shit, Hakuro!
アルフィノ殿やアリゼイ殿が民が恐怖に駆られぬよううまく説明をしてくれて。
Okay, apparently they did a good job explaining it so that the wolf people didn't get spooked.
話は聞いたよ。階段には私とアリゼイも同席させてもらうことにした。
Yeah, Alza and I will be
階段
present
の
at the
場で
meeting
どん
as
な要
well.
求をしてくるかわからないから
We
ね。
have no idea what sort of yeah, demands or requests they're going to make at this meeting after all.
超人地の人たちには帝国からの大使について飛燕が客人として受け入れての来訪だと。
Okay, Alza just said that they were explaining that it's an ambassador.
階段の剣、飛燕様よ。
Okay, politics cutscene. What a little piece of shit.
お招きに預かり、強越至極。ドマの若君、飛燕様におかれましては。
Guys, I can feel it. I can feel it. The disease is overtaking me. Nobody is here to hold me back. They did this, the seating arrangement here is actually correct. The seating arrangement here is entirely correct and is not at all, like, this is one of those things where I saw the thing for the Assassin's Creed, like the Japanese Assassin's Creed. Notice how Hien is the only one up on the stage? He's the only one up on the stage. That stage is the equivalent of, like, you know, a throne. He's sitting on the throne. Everybody else is off to the side here, and the people that are being dealt with are in the center. Ah. This is accurate. This is good. Like, I swear to God, when I saw the scene within the Assassin's Creed thing with Nobunaga and, like, some other fucking guy both sitting up on the stage together, God. It's like if you had King Arthur and then you had, like, the court jester just, like, sitting on his lap doing a little jaunty little jig. Which would be hilarious, but it would not be historically accurate. Like, you know, just imagine the fucking little court jester doing like the Miley Cyrus wrecking ball pose, just sitting on King Arthur's lap, just going ooh hoo hoo, ah ha ha. That's the equivalent. It's possible a Japanese team might have a better shot at getting this detail right. Yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I really like, you know, history stuff. And so I wanted I like this sort of shit. It's a great pleasure to be, it's a great honor and a pleasure to be invited to this, to be invited in on this occasion. To the young Lord of Doma, I'd like to express my highest thanks and admiration. Yeah, my utmost thanks and admiration.
堅苦しい挨拶は抜きとしよう。貴殿は全権大使として和平交渉に来たそうだな。
堅苦しい。Yeah, okay. That's fine. Let's do away with the formalities. I understand that you're here as ambassador, plenipotentiary, in regards for peace negotiations. Yeah, representing like peace negotiations with the Empire.
わしの思い違いでなければ、和平交渉とは戦をしておる国同士が平和を取り戻すために行うもの。貴国の皇帝はドマを独立国と認めておらぬと理解していたが、
Yeah, unless I'm mistaken, peace negotiations are things that are conducted between warring nations in order to restore peace. It was my understanding that your emperor did not recognize Doma as a sovereign nation.
仰せの通りです。ですが、バリス邸にはドマの独立を認め、友好として扱う用意があります。
It is as you say. However, Emperor Varys... Wait a second. Wait a second. They're using Mikado? Varys Mikado? Huh. That's the same term that you use for the Japanese emperor. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. I don't know exactly what you would do for the translation here. They say his radiance. Don't like that. I don't like that. There's got to be a different option. Alize is actually sitting Seiza somehow. That shit destroys your legs, dude. Yeah. Yeah, however... Yeah, Emperor Varys has made preparations, or is, prepared to recognize the independence of the state of Doma and to treat it as an ally. Or to establish, friendly relations with it.
ガレマール帝国はこれまで国府たるソルテイの意志のもと領土を拡大し続けてきましたがその是非をここで論じても仕方がないでしょう
その是非で Yeah, okay. The Garlemald Empire continued its policy of territorial expansion under the will of our founding father, Emperor Sol. However, that precise matter is what we have come here to discuss.
ただし、ソルテイが掲げた万神討滅という国是についてはいかがでしょうか
Okay, yeah. So it's like, yeah, regarding he was more saying like, the reason we're here is to discuss the reasoning behind that expansion. Okay, so specifically, Emperor, what do you believe about Emperor Sol's policy of the eradication of idols? And again, here they're using the term Banshin. This is the same term that the people in Eorzea use, Banshin. This is the same word that is translated to primal. Both of them are just Banshin. And Banshin just means foreign god. It's the same term that would be used in Japanese to refer to the Buddha, to refer to Christ, to refer to any foreign entity. And therefore, to maintain the meaning of them being referred to as, false gods, or as, like, objects of worship that ought not to be worshipped, a localization of idol is far more appropriate than primal. Primal, you can't possibly get primal from that. Like, primal doesn't even come into play. It doesn't make any damn sense. And considering that they are in no way primordial or primal entities, considering you can literally just make them up, primal is just a real dumb translation from the jump. Idol is the best one that we came up with, but I would be entirely open to other alternatives if there were any ones that were better. By no means do I think it's like the only answer.
星の命を蝕む蛮神は決して許容できない。その共通項を持って手を取り合うことはできないか。現在帝位にあるバリス帝はそうお考えなのです。
And again, here's another instance of them just fucking up a relatively simple thing. When they use the term Hoshi here, they're referring to the planet. They are not saying star. Stop using star in translation when they say Hoshi here. The fact that, and they do say, icons are a blight upon this star. Okay, they keep saying fucking star. Why are you calling the planet a star? Stop calling the planet a star. Stop. Stop. Yeah, it's... And this isn't icons that are a blight upon this star. It's the idols that... that, like, this term, musibamu here is like the idols that devour the very lifeblood of our world cannot be allowed to exist. Yeah, if we hold this viewpoint in common, then our Emperor, Lord, Varus, believes that we could join hands on this matter. Right, like, as long as you are willing to you know, accept the concept that idols must be eradicated, then why can't we join forces in harmony?
蛮神召喚には決して手を染めず、また後人族が下ろした蛮神を抑え込むと確約いただければ、ドマを友好として遇するというのがこちらの提案です。
Yeah, so long as you agree to never undertake the invocation of an idol and agree to suppress the Kojin who have brought brought down idols into our world. Yeah, as long as you make a firm promise to suppress the Kojin, then we are ready to propose that Domo will be treated by the Empire as a friend and ally. And specifically, so the thing here is saying Kojinzoku ga 下ろした蛮神を抑え込むと確約. Actually, hold up. He's not actually saying to suppress the Kojin, but just to take down the idol. That's more reasonable. I kind of didn't think that he would do that, but it is just saying, like, to just ensure that they don't summon anything, or to deal with it. You know, ensure that they don't summon. This is another thing that actually shows up, is that they, the English script doesn't understand what the problem with idols actually is. The English script constantly says that the issue with idols is that, like, once they're summoned, it's bad. But the Japanese script constantly says that, no, the very act of materializing one is the destructive part of it. Once an idol has already been summoned, the damage is already done. You know, the sheer amount of crystal that needs to get burned, the sheer amount of ether that needs to get burned to materialize one of the things is the problem. They explained that in the Alexander raids? Man, that's late. They explained that in fucking ARR, man. Jeez. Yeah, but the Japanese pretty much... The Japanese makes it pretty clear that the biggest problem is them being summoned in the first place. Like, that's the bulk of the issue. And that them just kind of being there is not that bad. And yeah, it's pretty much like a WMD. But like, the big thing that they talk about is like, we need to prevent them from being summoned because that's the really dangerous part. And it's also what Gaius tells you explicitly. He doesn't just say like, oh, the summoning of idols brings enervation and death. He says, you know, the summoning of idols will cause mass extinction. The end of all life as we know it on our world. Not just, some enervation and death. You know, he says if you motherfuckers keep summoning shit, life in Eorzea will cease to exist, you motherfuckers. I am genuinely trying to save all of your lives.
ドマのために神下ろしの意志はない。後人族が召喚したという万神スサノオに関しても、民の脅威とあらば、言われつとも対処はしてみせよ
う。Okay, yeah, and here, the people of Doma have no intention of invoking an idol, and the idol Susanoo that the Kojin have summoned, if he is shown to prove a threat to the people, then he will be dealt with immediately.
Ga, 後人族とて、己が領域を侵される心配がなければ、万神を呼びはせなんだろう。現に紅玉会が荒れるまで、彼らは神下ろしを行ってこなかった。
Yeah, Gaius's motivation is one of the... Like, Gaius in the Japanese is really fucking sick. Especially since, you know, they don't have him talk about, like, oh, so my conquest ends in, you know, like, smoke and flames. He talks about his dream falling to ruin. His dream being saving the people of Eorzea. Not conquest. He didn't want conquest. He saw it as the only option. Yeah. However, regarding the Kojin, yeah, by my hand Eorzea shall be reborn. Yeah, that's the bit. Yeah, that's the name of the expansion. They've done that every expansion so far. They've done an expansion named Title Drop. In every single game so far. And it's been pretty tight. But also, like, it's been equal parts tight and cheesy as hell. Sometimes it's really, but it seemed pretty forced at times. Yeah, if the Kojin didn't have to worry about their territory being invaded, they wouldn't have called down an idol. In fact, they didn't summon their god until the Red Sea was invaded.
Now, なお紅玉会に兵を送り込み、騒乱を引き起こすどこかの国が考えを改めぬ限り、完全な封じ込めなどできようはずもない。
God damn, okay, Hien is actually kind of popping off here. At present, so long as a certain country is intent on dispatching troops into the Ruby Sea to cause mayhem and conflict, the absolute containment of idols in the region cannot be completed. Yeah, This is like, yeah, you've... You know, that one hurt quite a bit. Or... Itai tokoro. Like, yeah, you've... Like, you do have us beat in that regard. You know, you do want to keep in some amount of, like, you know, that is something we're not proud of. But it's not an
慢
apology.
心を否定する帝国の行いが慢心召喚を引き起こしている。この皮肉な矛盾についてはそちらにおられるエオルゼアの方々もよくご存知のはず。
Okay, hold up. Yeah, in an attempt to prevent or to oppose idols, the Empire, in fact, creates more opportunities for them to be summoned. Or creates the environment for them to be summoned. This bitter, the bitter irony of this predicament we find ourselves in is something that I believe the people of Eorzea are well aware of. Also notice, like, all of us representing Eorzea are on one side, and everybody representing Doma is on the other side. We're split based on in-groups.
確かに万神召喚とは多くの場合外圧を受けた弱小勢力が神に救いを求めることに起因します。アラミ語における万神召喚も帝国軍の行動の結果でありました。
Yes, indeed, the summoning of idols is quite often the result of a much weaker force under duress, seeking salvation from a god. The summoning that occurred in Alamigo was also the direct result of the Imperial Army's activities. Or of actions orchestrated by the Imperial Army.
万神召喚を止めたいのであれば武力と差別ではなく融和と平等をもたらすべきなのに。
Yeah, it's truly sad. If we truly wish to stop the summoning of idols, it shouldn't be done through force and discrimination, but through peace and equality and and peace. And he does use the term equality. Like, that is important. Like, he's honestly saying, "Yuwa to byoudo." Like, that makes it seem idealistic, and I don't trust a single fucking word this dude is saying. He's kind of like hitting every
私たち
buzzword.
民衆派はこうした理念に基づきバリステに属州政策の転換を進言し続けてきました。そしてこの言葉を皇帝陛下が聞き入れてくださったのです。
Oh no. So either this dude is just a poor fucking dumb bastard who is being tricked by Varus into thinking that he actually has a chance, or he is full on attempting to play us like morons. Yeah, based on these ideals. What should you do for Minshu? I don't like the populares. I don't like populares. But I don't have another one immediately off rip. That's one you need to workshop for a second. Could just find a better Roman term. The thing is that, like, I don't think you don't need to have everything be like a Roman term. You really don't. Actually, hold on. Let me check actually. If this term is used in Japanese as populares, then it would be fine. Well, it's choosing that because it's like an obscure term. Yeah, it's like, so this term that's being used here is it is an occasional translation of the term populares into Japanese, but that's not really how it's being used here, necessarily. So I don't really, this is one where you would have to ask the writers. Like, this is absolutely one where you'd have to ask the writers, and considering everything else that's in the game, we know they didn't do that. Like, considering everything else that's in the game, there's 0% chance they actually checked. They probably just Googled it and saw that the first result on Wikipedia was populares and went, good enough for me. If that is the case, then sure. But I would need to actually, see something from the writers. Yeah, but based on these ideals, we've continued to advise Emperor Varus to change the policy and how the imperial provinces are treated, and finally, Emperor Varus has, His Majesty Emperor Varus has, deigned to grant us this chance.
しかし、生粋のガレアン族を主体とする先民主義者たち、罰族派が力を持っていることもまた事実です。
Huh. Yeah, like, 従義者たち? Is this the opposite faction in Roman stuff? No? Okay, yeah, so the electorate of comprised primarily of pure-blooded Garleans are currently in power. The question is this actually populares or No, okay. I take it back. This does appear to be... The term being used here in the Japanese is a translation of Optimates. So, probably that is actually what they're going for. I was not familiar. So actually, I'm totally fine with that now. Yeah. I was incorrect. They did use the opposite. So this is... The thing is that they aren't using the katakana terms, which is how they're usually referred to, but they're using the translated terms in kanji. So, honestly, yeah, you probably would just go with populares and optimates here. That is just what it is. Yeah, the electorate, pure-blooded Garleans, the Optimates are currently in power.
今回ドマ代理総督の捜
I
索
had
を
an
名目に
intense, immediate negative reaction to populares.
彼ら罰
But
則
it's
派でした
actually, yeah, that's accurate.
二度とこのようなことがないよう私も尽力するつもりです
Like, I will admit, I absolutely have a bias against any sort of, naming convention like that, especially in this script, because so often it's been completely nonsense, but here it is absolutely, it is Populares versus Optimates. But I probably should have checked before popping off on it. You know. Yeah, I mean, I just want to actually be consistent. Right, because otherwise, if I were to just, like, gloss over that, so you'd be like, oh, you made fun of it being Populares when it is Populares versus Optimates. How can anyone trust you? Everything you say is completely discredited. Debunk, debunk, debunk. It's like, no, yeah, it's Populares and Optimates. Is that how you actually pronounce that? I don't fucking know. Yeah, this time it was them who sent, who sent forces into the Ruby Sea under the pretext of searching for the former acting governess of Doma. I will do my utmost to ensure that this does not happen again.
ぜひともそうしてもらいたいものだな。だが、帝国内が対立する2派で分裂しているのであれば、和平交渉とやらの効力も疑わざるを得ん。
Yeah, by all means, I would hope that you would do so. However, if the Empire at present is divided between opposing factions, I have to question whether, yeah, the efficacy of these peace talks. Or, like, the validity. You know, he's saying, like, if the other faction is going to come into power, aren't they just going to flip on me?
こちらとしても簡単には信じていただけないと理解しています。そこで信頼関係の構築のためにも提案したいのが捕虜交換です。
Sure. We understand that it is not an easy thing for you to do to trust us. Therefore, I would like to propose a prisoner exchange as a show of goodwill.
Oh?
Huh.
こちら
And
側か
that
ら
would
は
be, you know.
帝国統治下で徴兵したドマ出身の徴用兵を、ドマ側からは先の戦いで捕らえた帝国軍将兵をそれぞれ引き渡して交換するのです。
From our side, we would hand over those conscripted from Doma to fight in the Imperial Army, and we would receive in return Imperial, generals or Imperial officers captured in the previous conflict.
もちろんこの捕虜交換については代理総督であった姉も対象に含まれることになりますが。
Of course, this prisoner exchange would include my sister-in-law. Actually, no, he just says sister. He says Anne. He just says, yeah, of course, this prisoner of exchange would include the former acting governor my sister. In the English, he just says, naturally, any exchange would include the acting viceroy. He doesn't use the term sister. Him saying here, 代理総督であった姉. The whole thing is modifying ane. He's saying, like, specifically, she was the acting governess, but she's my sister. It's supposed to be more like, he's supposed to be coming off as more like affectionate to an extent, but I don't trust him at all.
よつゆか。なぜわしらが彼女の身柄を確保していると?
Yotsuya. And why exactly do you believe that we have her in our possession?
この件で馬鹿し合いをするつもりはありませんよ。交渉は素早く進めましょう。
Jesus! Okay, that's terrifying. I no longer... I'm... Bad touch, stranger danger. I don't like this anymore. Yeah. We have no intention of playing any games of deception here. Now then, let's proceed with the negotiations. Like, the English here says, "Forgive me, my lord, was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games." No, he just entirely... He doesn't apologize in the slightest. He just says, we're not going to be playing this... We're not going to be playing this game. Let's move on with the negotiations. Just straight up, we're not doing this. That's terrifying. He just does not even humor the concept. He just says, we're not doing this. Nope. Not gonna... Nope. Not dealing with that.
武力に頼ろうとする罰族派を黙らせるためにも、対話による姉の返還を実現したいというのが私の本音です。もちろん、弟として姉を思う気持ちもありますが。
Yeah, it is my sincere desire. Yeah, it is my sincere desire, my true motivation is to, yeah, have my sister return to us, yeah, through through peaceful means, through peaceful diplomacy, in order to silence the optimates who are attempting to incite more conflict. And of course, yeah, I have, a brother's, like affection towards, his own sister, or you go with, of course, as her brother, I would also like, as her brother, I would also like to see her safe return.
率直に物を言う男だ。ならば、こちらも本音を言うが、一向に値する提案だとわしも思うが、考える時間はもらいたいものだな。
Yeah, I see. You're a man who speaks very earnestly. In that case, allow me to respond in kind. I believe that what you've suggested has merit. However, I would like more time to think about it.
もちろんです。お答えが出るまで、ドマに留まっても。
Yeah, of course. May we be allowed to remain in Doma until you've come to your answer?
認めよう。交渉の期間中、 貴殿らはドマの客人だ。
Yeah. Yeah, I'll allow it. For as long as these negotiations are taking place, you will be, yeah, state or honored guests of Doma.
湯切、案内役として同行せよ。何人たりとも大使殿らに害をなさぬようにな。
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Yuri, I'll have you, yeah, you're to accompany them as a guide slash host. Yeah, ensure that no one is allowed to harm the ambassador or any of his men. And he uses the term, no matter who they are. Like, this is, I do not give a fuck who they are. Make sure nobody harms them whatsoever. The English translates that to just see that they are well looked after. Not the implication that there might be people who would try and kill them. And he's specifically saying, we won't let that happen.
では、良き答えがいただけるのをお待ちしていますよ。
Yes, thank you for your consideration, Lord Hien. I'm looking forward to a favorable response.
"帝国内で2派に分かれての対立が起きているというのなら、我々は彼らの言葉をどこまで信じ、どう立ち回るべきか。"
Yeah, there's currently conflict between two opposing factions within the Empire, then yeah, how far should we believe what they actually say, and how should we deal with them?
あの朝日って男、世継ぎの義弟だったのね。帝国の大使として帰国するのってどんな気持ちなのかしら。
That Asahi guy. Like, this is, again, Alize always just rolls into the scene like she's from a completely different game. Where she does just straight up say, like, yeah, that Asahi guy, or whatever, you know. It's not really or whatever, but it's like, yeah, that Asahi guy is Yotsu's stepbrother, right? I wonder how he feels, you know, coming home as an ambassador of the Empire. I wonder or that's more like, you know, what must that feel like?
ふむ、なんとも想定外の提案をされたものだ。
Yeah, that was an incredibly unexpected proposal.
捕虜交換自体は良いことだと思うけど、ヒエンは彼らの言葉を信じるの？
I think the concept of a prisoner exchange is a good idea. However, Hien, do you think they can be trusted? Can you actually trust what they're saying? Also, I do like how Alize just calls him Hien. No honorific, no nothing.
帝国内部が2派に分裂していることなど、わざわざわしらに話す利点は何もないからな。今のところ、特に疑うべき理由はない。
Yeah, they have nothing to gain in telling us the current state of the Empire, you know, the factional division within the Empire. So, as such, right now we have no particular reason to doubt them.
が、かといって、何から何まで信じられるわけでもない。特に交渉の場で、世継ぎの名を出してきたことには、どうにも違和感を感じるのだ。
However, on the other hand, that doesn't mean I'm just going to believe anything that they say. And specifically, the fact that they mentioned Yotsuyu during the negotiation is giving me a very off feeling.
彼らが世継ぎを取り戻そうとする理由に何か隠された目的があると?
Oh, they're morons. They didn't understand this at all. Okay, so yeah, so what? You think that they have some sort of ulterior motive in their, like, as to why they want to get Yotsuyu back? That's what's being implied here, that getting Yotsuyu back isn't like the end-all be-all here. There's some other reason why they would want Yotsuyu back other than, oh, she's my sister. The English just said it made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. And Alfino says, you think this might all be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? No, Alfino explicitly even just says here that there's, like, if you just thought that all they were here for was to get Yotsuyu back, you would be an idiot.
ああ、世継は元代理総督とはいえ、ドマ出身者だ。皇族でもなければ、ましてや、ガレアン族ですらない身、コーナンあれこれと策を弄してまで、取り戻そうとする理由が見えん。
Yeah, and, yeah, Yotsuyu is, yeah, even though she was the former, yeah, governor of Doma, he's a doman. I don't see any particular reason for them to want to get her back when she's, you know, not a member of the, when she's, not a member of the royal family, not a Garlean. Or, yeah, like, you know, not a member of the royal family and not even a Garlean. I don't see any reason why they would want any other, any reason why they would particularly want her returned.
こうなると、あやつの記憶喪失もますます悩みの種よ。本人が、わらべのような状態とあっては、尋問しても意味はなく、交渉材料としての価値も、どうなることやら。
Yeah, this makes, with things being as they are, it makes her amnesia even more, troublesome, worrisome. 状態であってはしても意味はなく Yeah, okay. You know, in her present childlike state, there's no point in interrogating her, and we have no idea what that's going to do in terms of her value as a bargaining chip. They're saying specifically they have no idea what they want.
アルフィノ、すまんが知恵を貸してくれ。帝国のやり口などは、そなたの方が詳しいだろう。意見を聞きたい。
Yeah, in the English it's I can't fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsuyu may have been the acting viceroy, but she is not Garlean, nor even highborn. Her value must presumably lie in what she knows. No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying they don't know what she knows. Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. It's not a little matter, he says it's a big problem. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. He said he doesn't know what she's worth as a bargaining piece. The issue is that he's playing with unknown information, and they're not. The issue is that the Garleans know why they want Yotsuyu, and these guys don't know why they want Yotsuyu. How are they this bad at this? Like, this makes the negotiation seem stupid. When this is actually, like, pretty well executed in the Japanese. Yeah, Alfino, I'm sorry, but please, I need your thoughts on this matter. I'm sure you're far more, well-versed in the, Empire's, in how the Empire operates than I am. So, I would like to, hear your opinion on the matter.
ええ、もちろんです。朝日大使からの提案は、帝国との関係を好転させる契機となるかもしれませんからね。
Okay. Yes, of course. Ambassador Asahi's proposal could serve as a unique opportunity to change the tide of to change the state of relations with the Empire.
その通りなのだが、さりとて熟考する余裕もない。連れ去られたままの徴用兵らのことを思えば、答えを先送りにもできんからな。
While that's the case, we don't have the time to carefully think things over. With the taking into consideration the state of the conscripted forces, we need to we can't put off our answer. Bro, what the fuck? With so many of our brothers and sisters languishing in Imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the kami know when I will be afforded another. Can we not take, like, a reasonably well-written political drama and add in stupid bullshit, please?
さて、これ以上の細かな政治など、そちらの二人には退屈なだけであろう。外の空気でも吸ってきたらどうだ?
But, first, I'm sure getting into any more detailed political matters is going to be incredibly boring to the two of them. Why don't you go outside and get some fresh air?
そうね。俺をお言葉に甘えましょう。この手の相談役はアルフィノに任せておけばいいのよ。
Yeah. Hey, how about we take him up on it? Yeah, this sort of counselor work really should be, left to Alfredo. This is the exact kind of playthrough I want to see. I play in JP dub because I don't have the ability to pull up the version with kanji, otherwise I'll play the same way. Yeah, dude. It's whack. But I was in the exact same spot as you and I gave up, like 3 years ago.
坂島での戦いに参加させなかったことをまだ根に持っているようだね。わかった。こちらは任せてくれていい。
I got right up until the start of Stormblood, playing with Japanese audio and English text, and the sheer difference between what I was hearing and what I was seeing just totally fucked me up, to the point where I just didn't want to play the game anymore. So honestly, like a solid 70% of the reason why I'm doing this playthrough is just because I wanted to play through the game. Yeah. It seems like she's, holding a little bit of a grudge from, me telling her to sit out the fight at, Sasaki Island. Yeah, I'll take this one. No worries. Yeah, leave it to me.
俺よ、すまないが、アリ勢の相手をしてやってくれないかい？しばらくは、危険もないだろうしね。
And really, you've probably noticed this, Ivuki, but Alfino is like the biggest offender in that. Where, you know, in this cutscene, Alfino has gone from ridiculously formal, like full politician mode, full, you know, negotiator, diplomat mode, to here where he's just talking like a dude, bro. This is, like, we're homies, and he code switches so hard. It's a very, very distinct change. But he just kind of talks the same, no matter who he's talking to in the English. And that's like, his entire characterization in the Japanese is his word choice, being so careful, and the different modes that he swaps between. Where like, he's saying, "Stay-yatte kurenai kai?" You know, he's going like, "Yo, yeah, you mind, hanging out with Alize for me?" Like, that's actually a reasonable, like, Alize no aite o stay-yatte kurenai kai? Is straight up like, yeah, sorry, you mind hanging out with Alize for a bit? That's like an accurate... There's other ways that you could translate that, of course, and that's going to depend on your own personal read on how you think, like, casual mode Alfino would talk. But for me, that's like, hey, would you mind, you know, either keeping Alize company for a bit, or hanging out with Alize for a bit? But in the English here, he just says, "Go on and keep Alize company. We are safe enough for now." No, he says, "Yeah, sorry, could you hang out with Alize for a bit? Yeah, we should be, you know, we should be fine for now." Yeah, Yugiri does a similar thing. Like, the English really flattens out a ton of the flavor in the Japanese. Like, tons of the flavor is just, erased. Like, I've lost track of how many times there have been jokes in the Japanese and then just no joke in the English. Like, the game has some really funny moments, and basically none of them are translated. There are times when I've, like, literally been openly, like, belly laughing at the game, and then you look at the English and it's just same old ye olde script.
ふう、ようやく人心地つけたわね。
ようやく。つけたわね。It's like, yeah, finally I can breathe.
今回の交渉がドマの未来と徴用系の命がかかった重要なものだっていうことは分かっているつもり。
I know that the, you know, negotiations going on right now are incredibly important with, you know, with the, it involves the future of Doma and the lives of the, like, those conscripted soldiers. You know, I get
だ
it.
からこそ政治が苦手で感情が表に出やすい私としては彼らの邪魔はしたくないのよ。これは言葉を使った静かだけど激しい戦いだもの。
You know? Yeah, and this is like a lot of maturity from Alize. It's like, you know, that's exactly why, you know, for someone like me who's not good at politics and, you know, it's like wears her emotions on her sleeves. I wouldn't really go with that here, because that's like a weird thing for her to say. It's like, you know, for someone like me who's bad at politics and not exactly good at keeping my cool, I'd just get in the way. You know, this is a quiet battle. You know, you fight with words. but it's still a war. You know, something along those lines. The line here is, though no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle, and the stakes can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. It takes someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit that's not me. That's not really what Alize talks like at all. It's just like one misplaced word and people could die.
この時間を活用して私たちは英気を養っておきましょう。さて、どうやって過ごすことにしようかしら。
Alright then, so let's put this time to use and you know, do something to yeah, recharge a little bit. Yeah, so what do you think we should do to what should we do to pass the time here? Are we just gonna can we go do like a wacky little adventure? Can this be like wacky adventures?
そうね、せっかくだから、ヒエンが前に言っていたように超人地の復興の様子でもってあら？
Oh yeah, you know, since we're here, how about we go look around the city? Hien was talking about you know, the restoration project and wait, what?
オレオ殿、ここにいたのだな。今、少し良いだろうか。
Ah, yeah, so this is where you were. May I have a moment?
夕霧と朝日大使でいいのよね。オレオに何の用かしら。
Yeah, Yukiri and Ambassador Asahi. Yeah, is if that's all right. Do you have any business with Warrior of Light?
ええ、噂に名高い神殺しの英雄とお話がしたかったのです。まさか、ここで会えるとは思っていなかったので、いささか緊張していますが。
Yeah. Yes, I wanted to speak with the you know, like with the rumored the legendary hero and God Slayer. I didn't expect to meet you here like this, so I am a bit nervous actually. This one was, again, with flavor. Oze says, Yukiri and Asahi, was it? No, she didn't forget his name. She was asking whether or not he would like to be referred to as Ambassador Asahi. You have some business with player character name? And Asahi says, business? No. Pleasure, my lady. What the fuck? Who says that? Who says that? Bro, if that's your opener... If that is your opener, turn yourself into the nearest police station. You are done. If that's your opener, like, it's over for you, dog. Pack it up. Right? That's just like, oh. Business? No. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed slayer of gods and champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. No, he's saying, like, I wanted to speak with the, legendary hero of Eorzea, the god slayer. I'm honestly a bit nervous.
オレを英雄と評していいの？曲がりなりにもあなたは帝国人でしょう。
Is it okay for you to call them a hero? I mean, you're like, you're more or less imperial, right? Like, I fucking love Alize because she says, Magari nari ni mo. Which is like, you know, more or less, like, it's like, you know, you're an imperial, like, at least, you know, in name alone, right? So this line is like, wait, is it okay for you to be calling them a hero? Like, you know, it's like, you know, it might just be in name alone, but you're still an imperial, right? Like, she just rolls in. And this is also why she was saying, like, I'm not good at politics. She immediately just goes like, bro, what the fuck? And she's not being ridiculously rude, but saying, Magari nari ni mo. Like, saying, like, you know, you're like, kind of an imperial, right? Like, you are an imperial, you know, despite all the shit that you said. That's like a ridiculous thing to say to an ambassador. The English is such heartfelt admiration. One could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. What? That's not what she's saying at all. That's not Alize. Alize is saying, like, whoa, is it okay? Like, is it cool for you to be calling them a hero? Like, are you allowed to do that?
その方は過去に友軍と戦ったこともありますが、先ほど申した通り、万人討滅を目指すのは帝国とて同じ。そういった意味では英雄と呼んで差し支えないかと。
Yeah. Yeah, as I said before, the Empire's goal is the... You know, yeah, though, you know, we've fought against each other in the past, as I said before, the Empire seeks the... Yeah, we're of the same mind, or we have the same goal of eradicating idols. With that being the case, I don't see any reason why I wouldn't call them a hero.
それに私は帝国人とはいえドマの出であることも事実。バンカミスサノーはドマにとっても脅威となり得る存在でした。それを討伐してくださったあなたはやはり英雄なのです。
Yeah, and yeah, even though I'm an Imperial, I'm also a Doman. Or I'm also, yeah, from Doma. You know, the idol Susanoo posed a very serious threat to yeah, the, to Nariuru. Yeah, was a potential threat to Doma, and yeah, for defeating them, yeah, you truly deserve the title of hero. In the English, it's lest you forget this is my homeland. No. It would be remiss of me to not at least thank player character for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. He didn't say that anywhere, and also that's lame as hell. He's being very straight and saying, like, that Susanoo posed a threat to Doma, and for getting rid of them, you're a hero.
そうだ。ヒエン様が結論を出されるまで、まだ時間がかかりますよね。よければ、それまで、ヤンサの視察に同行してくださいませんか?
Yeah. Oh. So, okay, so this is like, so then, or, actually, now that I think of it, it's going to be a while before before Lord Hien reaches his decision, right? If it would be alright with you, yeah, would you be willing to join me on my inspection of Yansa? the English there is, now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Hien deliberates over my proposal, and I would like to take this time to see the land I once called home. No, he's just like, he's saying this like, oh yeah, I just got an idea. It's gonna be a while, so you want to come with me? He's being friendly. There's none of that like, if I may continue. He wasn't mad about Ozzy cutting him off at all.
こうしてドマを訪れることができたの
Which
で
is
すから
why
故郷
your
の
two
現状を
characters like kind of
つぶ
freak
さ
out
に
there.
見て
They're
お
like,
きた
why
いの
is
で
this guy
す
being so like
夕霧さんも
friendly here?
彼女らが同行するなら安心でしょ
Yeah, since I was finally able to come visit Doma, I want to, see the state of my home in, great detail. And, Yugiri, Lady Yugiri, it would be, far more reassuring to have them alongside us as well, wouldn't it? If you say, like, I want to go out and see stuff, it would be better to have us around.
確かに、大主殿の安全のためには、二人が同行してくれると心強いが、俺ほどの、どうだろう
Yeah, taking the ambassador's safety into account, having the two of you with us would be very reassuring. What do you think? Let's go.
私も同行に賛成よ。ドマの現状に興味もあるし、帝国の話を聞けるいい機会だわ。どうせ暇だったしね。
Yeah, like, I'm still very... The thing that was the biggest line that they really fucked up in the English was when Asahi just straight up says, I know you have Yotsuyu. He doesn't apologize. He doesn't, he doesn't do anything even remotely close to that. He doesn't say, like, forgive me, my lord, was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. He literally just says, we're not playing that game. Let's move forward with the negotiations. He just flat out barrels right past it. He just goes, nope, we're not doing that. Let's go. Nuh-uh, not doing that. He doesn't apologize, he doesn't even give it lip service. He just says, we're not doing this, not gonna play this game, let's continue the negotiations. That was one where I went, oh fuck. This dude is serious. Ooh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go with you as well. Yeah, I'm interested in what's going on in Doma right now. And, yeah, it'd be a good opportunity to hear things from the, or to hear information about the Empire. And, and honestly, like her saying here, どうせ暇だったしね. It's like, and above all else, I ain't got anything better to do. Or just saying, like, I don't have anything better to do. Or, I got nothing else.
ええ、ぜひ。それでは、この4人で行くとしましょう。短い道中になりましょうが、よろしくお願いいたします。
Yes, by all means. Now then, let's head out, the four of us. It'll only be a short journey, but yeah, pleasure meeting you.
まずはやはり、水没したドマ城と、その周辺の門前侍町を見ておきたいですね。
the yoroshiku there is just, your standard, like, looking forward to working with you sort of thing, or pleasure make your acquaintance, formalized greeting. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to see the state of the submerged Doma Castle, and the surrounding, samurai town. Yeah, that's most likely the place that has differed, that has changed the most from how I remember it.
依存はない。では、門前侍町のあたりから見て回るとしよう。
Yeah, I have no objections. Yeah, now then, let's, the Monzen Samurai. Wait, they just called it Monzen? I mean, I guess you could, but it's more like, that's not really the name. It's more like, you know, it's because it's right, like, before the gate. I guess you could just say Monzen because it's kind of a pain in the ass otherwise, but whatever. Whatever. Based on the interviews that we've seen from, like, you know, Koji and other people, as well as just the evidence of the way that the translation is, it seems as though the vast majority of the changes that were made to this game were done either just because they felt like it, or because they fundamentally misunderstood the script. Like, all of the times that they refer to the Echo as a gift from Heidelin, when the Japanese script says nothing even remotely close to that, or directly contradicts that. Like, there's no, like, they aren't taking player markets into consideration. That would require intelligence. This is a translation done by morons. Wait, really? Yeah, constantly. The ability Koeru Chikara is transcendence. The Echo is a dogshit translation of Koeru Chikara. And it's never stated to be from Heidelin. Not once. They explicitly say the opposite, but they get rid of all of the lines that say the opposite. Like, in fucking Todorok, what's his name? La Habrea specifically says that he thinks that the reason why Heidelin is interested in you is because you have this power of transcendence. They just didn't translate that line. They just took that line out entirely and replaced it with some bullshit about, like, bedtime stories? But they make it very clear, and, like, Midgardsormr, when he's talking to you, he specifically says, like, holy shit, Heidelin, you actually gave the Blessing of Light to a Transcendent? Are you out of your mind? And then he says he's going to seal the Blessing of Light, but you still have your own power, which is Transcendence, aka the Echo. It's never mentioned. I have no idea where they even got the idea that the Echo came from Heidelin. I don't understand how you could even potentially come to that reading from the script. It makes no sense.
かつては武家屋敷が立ち並ぶ勇壮な町並みでしたが、姉の世継ぎがからくり兵を使って壊滅させたと聞きました。
It's like impressively shit reading comprehension. Because, like, how does it make any fucking sense then that, like, the Warriors of Darkness have the Echo? And they even like changed a line from Alfino to say that, where he says that, like, perhaps the Warriors of Darkness are possessed of a power not unlike the Echo. Whereas in the Japanese he just says, wait a second, so the Warriors of Darkness are transcendent as well? It's like they see lines that say the transcendence isn't from Heidelin, and they just go, I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna ignore that. What could that possibly mean? No idea. Yeah, this used to be like, yeah, a town filled to the brim with, you know, heroic samurai. I heard that my sister Yotsuyu had it destroyed, with automatons. What an absolute shame.
姉は見せしめのために言ったのでしょうが、民の不満を増大させ、放棄のきっかけを増やしただけでした。やはり、これまでの続集政策は間違っていたんですよ。
Yeah, my sister you know, might have done it to serve as an example, but yeah, it only served to increase the it only sowed discontent within the population and created opportunities for uprising. You know, this truly is the result of this terrible policy.
和平が実現すれば、帝国から物資を送り、ドマの再建を支援することも可能となるでしょう。早く元の街並みを取り戻してほしいものですね。
Once peace is achieved, he's saying that as though it's already like a foregone conclusion. It'll be possible to send, we will be able to send supplies from the Empire for the reconstruction of Doma. I hope that this town can be restored to its former glory soon.
ここをまっすぐ北に進めば、ドマ城を一望できる場所がある。城跡を眺めたいのなら、そこに向かうのがよかろう。
If we head straight north from here, there's a location from which we can get a much better view of Doma Castle. If you'd like to see the ruins, we should head there. Really, it's more like we should make for there, because she is being very formal. Yeah, there's tons of stuff like that. The thing is that pretty much anything that seems like a plot hole in the Japanese is just not there. Or anything that seems like a plot hole in the English is most likely not there. Like, the setup with the Warrior of Light is pretty cut and dry. It's certain people have koeru chikara, transcendence, who are therefore removed in some way from the world at large. You know, you've got this power or dominion over the greater world. And then among those people, because that ability gives you the ability to communicate with everything else within this world without the need to speak with them, those people are able to communicate with Heidelin, and among those people, some of them get the Blessing of Light from Heidelin. So it's not that Heidelin gives you transcendence, it's that transcendence is a prerequisite to be able to speak with Heidelin. Heidelin can't talk to you unless you're transcendent. I don't understand how they fucked it up that bad. And so, I'm already guessing, please, I don't actually know, because this is as far as I've gotten into the story, but my guess, based on the story and the way that it's developed so far, is that there's going to be a Heidelin heel turn at some point. And so, if we're going to be, fighting against Heidelin, how the fuck are they going to justify us having the Echo if it's from Heidelin? If we go, fuck you, Heidelin, I'm going to kill you now with my axe, wouldn't she just go well then fuck you, I'm taking back the Echo? How is it from Heidelin if that's gonna... that seems to be what we're setting up here. How is that gonna be the case? This is very clearly wrong.
かつてドマ城を訪れた時は、その美しさに見とれたものです。空へと伸びる天守閣に夕日がかかって、大層綺麗でした。
Yeah, this is as far as I've got in the game. But the thing is that so much of the stuff that shows up in the Japanese apparently doesn't show up in the English until, Endwalker Shadowbringers. For example, even just something that showed up pretty recently in the stream is that they say in the Japanese that the Omega that you fought against was just a single unit, just a single Omega drone of a much larger force, likely that they're either more Omegas or a larger force that Omega was part of. That's made very explicit. It's not oh, Omega is gone forever. It's, no, we took down, a single fucking scout. That's it. So the second that showed up, I'm oh shit, they're gonna show up again. Yeah, they just didn't translate the line lone drone or single drone. It was Midgard Zomer and, like, 7 additional life forms detected, dispatching lone unit to pursue. The phrase lone unit, single drone. That's all you need to add, but they just didn't do that. They just didn't translate the phrase there. Why? Who knows? They also translated master as sir in that conversation. Doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, when I visited Doma Castle in the past, I was struck by its absolute beauty. Oh yeah, with just the information in ARR, I was able to figure out that people's souls were split. Like, that was my guess. Oh dude, if you haven't seen that one, there's a, this is a little bit special. I know that this is a slight diversion, but there's a phrase that the Asians use. There's a phrase that the Asians use that is never translated, which is, they say that their goal is to transform or evolve humanity into shitotaru mono, which is a phrase that means, like, that which can be considered human, or fully human beings. Stating that, and they say that Heidelin's goal, they believe, is to transform people into entirely inhuman entities, to entirely remove them from the concept of humanity, and turn them into something else. This is all said in ARR, by the way. And so, just from that, I was able to guess, like, oh, they mean, like, humanity is fractured, there's something fundamentally missing, we're not fully human. What if, when the world split into all these parts, people's souls split alongside them? Then that would all make sense. And then, everybody freaked out. Yeah, the chat sort of lost their shit at that one. Which was a bit of a spoiler, because I didn't know that I was right, but at the same time...
今は民の暮らしを立て直すことを優先して無残な姿を晒してしまっているが、いつの日か必ず。
Oh yeah, he was just talking about, like, how beautiful the tower was. Yeah, there's a way too long stream that's like a lore breakdown stream on the channel, where I pulled up a whiteboard. It's way too long, but if you want to be mad, that's the one to check at. Import update before starting Shadowbringers? Yeah, I kind of wanted to do one for Heavensward, but there wasn't really much to talk about. Like, Heavensward and Base Stormblood just have very little lore information. Yeah, you were just saying, like, yeah, the tower in the morning sun was, beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. Yeah, we'll rebuild it someday, but right now in our present state, we're prioritizing improving the livelihood of our people, but we'll rebuild it one day.
ええ、そんな日が来るといいですね。
Yeah, I hope that day comes soon. Or really, that's more like I hope that day does come.
さて、次はドマに暮らす民の様子を見せていただけますか？確か近くにナマイ村という集落がありましたよね。
Wait a minute, is Namai village with Namazu? Because I love the catfish. Come on, show me the catfish. I'd like to see the lives of the people living in Doma. I believe there's a village called Namai village nearby.
名前村まで赴くなら川を下った方がいい。
Okay, if we want to go to Namai village, we should go by boat. Oh, it's not? Fuck. I love those catfish bastards. Yeah, like, I don't think the Soul Split read was necessarily an easy read to make, but there's, like, literally, they don't translate the line. Like, at the very end, when Elidibus is talking to La Hebrea at the end of ARR, In the English, he just says, greater haste may be necessary. In the Japanese, he says, we must accelerate their evolution towards true humanity, or completed humanity, or that which can be called human. They just entirely remove the part of the line that matters. It's just gone.
夕霧さんが
It's just
私
a
部を
fucking
調
joke,
達して
man.
くださいました。それでは、生井村方面へと向かいましょう。英雄伝も出立してよろしいですか?
Yeah, like they don't even try and translate it. They just remove it. It's kind of hilarious. Yukiri has provided a boat for us. Yeah, he's calling us, he's just calling us hero. Yeah. Are we gonna go fishing? I would like to go fishing. Fishing time. Oh, fuck. No.
やめろ妹に手出しをするな
Oh, okay, yeah. Stop, yeah, don't touch my sister. Or leave my sister alone.
様子を見に行きましょう
What was that, theory stream called? It was like ARR's lore is something. It's whichever one is the longest on the channel. I should probably have it in a separate thing. Yeah, did you hear that? We should, yeah, let's go look. Oh, it's this kid again. Again. Are you okay? Buster Wolf.
Isse, Azami! 何事だ?
Yeah, Isse, Azami, what's going on?
夕霧それにあんたたちは
Yugiri and the rest of you,
町人地からの帰りに急にあいつらが現れて襲ってきたんだ俺にも何が何だか
Yeah, we were just returning from the, residential district. They just, yeah, showed up and suddenly attacked us. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, it's way too long. It's way too long. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they got any plans on backing down.
ここは私も助立ちしますよ彼らの安全が最優先ですから
Yeah, I'll help too. Yeah, ensuring their safety is my top priority. If this is like he set this up to try and ingratiate himself to our cause or whatever, I'm actually gonna be like kind of mad. I would hope that they don't do that, because that would be kind of whack. I'm not entirely sure who I should be focusing on here. Also, now you get to see my absolutely dog shit ass gameplay. Okay, let me see. These guys are looking far more killable. Oh shit. Okay, cover for the kid. Gonna have to ask you to take your buffs and move them somewhere reasonable. I have not played Warrior in months. I don't even remember what my fucking buttons are. I barely remember what these buttons do. Oh, you meant my UI? Oh, yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah, that is a far more, actionable thing. Okay, so we're just playing protect the kids. Storm's Eye and other buffs are tiny and untrackable. Well, maybe I don't want you guys noticing how much I let shit drift. Have you considered that? Okay. Can we not do this, please? Bro? Okay, dude, fuck off. No turtles. I am explicitly turtle racist. Victory. Wow, he's so cool. I bet he will continue to be an ally.
どうにかしのげましたね。
Yeah, this is like, you know, good job hanging in there. Oh no, he wasn't. Oh, he wasn't talking to them. I thought he was talking to them.
もう大丈夫。怖くはありませんよ。さあ、お家に帰りなさい。
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you don't have to be scared anymore. Now, come on. Go on home. He's trying way too fucking hard. This dude creeps me out. Thank you. He's definitely not. He's definitely not a nice guy. No shot.
本当に助かった。感謝するよ。よかったら生井村まで寄ってくれ。あんたたちならいつでも歓迎だから。それじゃ。
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, if you want, yeah, we'll take you to, the Nai village. Or, yeah, yeah, you're always welcome, of course. So, see ya. We'll be seeing ya. I'm so glad the two of them are safe.
そうね。でも、紅玉会を根城にする後人族が川を遡ってヤンサまで来るなんて、一体なぜ?
Yeah, but why? Yeah, why in the world would the Crimson Shell, the Crimson Shell Collision, come all the way up the river to Yansa?
甲羅の色からすれば、彼らは姉の世継ぎの政策の下で帝国に雇われた者たちでしょう。
No, no. Yeah, judging by the color of their shells, they're probably hired, yeah, by the Empire under Yotsuyu. Yeah, Yotsuyu's policy. Matter, antimatter? Bro, Moth, that one pisses me off more than anything, actually, because they used the term antimatter for, like, antimatter, etheric annihilation, and they didn't translate that into the English at all. Where I was like, oh shit, is there, like, anti-ether? And apparently yes is the answer. Where, again, in ARR, I was like, oh shit, so there's, like, anti-ether, and they like, annihilate, like, matter and antimatter? And they just didn't translate it. Good translation.
ドマ陥落を受けて帝国という後ろ盾を失った彼らが安易な稼ぎを求めて野党と化したのかもしれません。
Oh hey, the MTL decided to do... Oh, he's still
帝国
talking.
による歪みの一例と言えるでしょう。
He was still talking. Yeah, after the fall of the, yeah, after the fall of like Imperial-controlled Doma, they would have lost the backing of the Empire and might have turned to robbery as a way to make some easy money. This incident is just another example of the like another ripple of the Empire's policies.
随分と人事のように話すのだな。
Oh, okay. Oh, wow, what a fucking baller line from Yugiri here. So, this is sick. He's saying, you've been talking for a real long time like that's someone else's problem. He's calling him out for using passive language, where he's saying like, this is the result of the Empire's policies. This is a result of my sister's policies. Yes, this is another ripple effect caused by the Empire. And she's just saying like, you've been saying that a lot, like you're not part of the Empire. Right? Like it's someone else doing it. The English there is the empire to which you have sworn allegiance. That's not clever at all. That's a surface level bullshit read. Yugiri in the Japanese here is very clearly noticing that he's using passive language and calling him out for that specifically. Yugiri in the English is just saying, but you are part of Empire. Why you say bad about Empire? That's not the thing being discussed here. The thing that's being discussed here is a specific call-out of his wording. Which is much better writing. That's so much better writing. And again, this is like when people say like, oh, the Japanese script is so bland. The English needs to be made more flavorful. It's got to be punched up. No, it doesn't. The Japanese is more flavorful. Right? There's a couple of ways that you could localize this line, too. You could go with like, you've been saying, like, the things that you're saying here, you're making it sound like someone else was doing them. Or, you've been speaking very passively about that for someone, for an imperial diplomat. Right? You have to ensure that the English viewer realizes that what Yugiri is calling him out on is the fact that he's using passive language. Right? That he's using passive voice. That he's saying, oh, the Empire did this. As though he's not part of the Empire. And it's subtle. It's actually well done. And it's one of the things that makes Asahi feel off. Is that he says that the Empire is doing bad things, but he never uses, he doesn't use, in-group language for the Empire's actions when they don't suit him. Right? Like, when the Empire does something fucked up, that's, oh, the Empire did this, and I'm an outside observer to that. I clearly am not responsible for that whatsoever. But when the Empire does something good, well, that was us doing that. Right? Like, you share our ideal of taking down idols. And that's precisely what Yugiri is calling him out on. And it's what makes him feel off. It's actually, like, really good writing. And so that all boils up here, like, that all boils over here into this line where Yuri just cannot tolerate this anymore, and specifically drops all formality and all politeness and just says, you've been, you know, saying a lot there, like it's someone else's problem. You know, like somebody else did this.
あまりいじめないでください。今起きている事象を俯瞰して広い視野で見なければ改革などできるものではないと考えていた。
And now he's downplaying it. Oh, いじめないでください. Oh, this is a hard one to translate because this comes across totally natural in the Japanese. This, I would go with like, oh, please, like, you don't have to give me such a hard time. Right? It's like that sort of thing. It's like, oh, you don't have to give me such a hard time about it. Right? The English is, must you always be so pointed? No, it's nowhere near that hostile. Must you always be so pointed is like a direct confrontation, where here, he's deflecting. He's saying like, oh, ha ha ha, come on now. It's not like that. Yeah, he's deflecting. Yeah, you know, I just think that if you look at the situation as a whole, you know, from a outsider's perspective, there's no possible way to enact any form of true reform. Right? Like, he's specifically calling it out here. He's saying, like, fukanshite. Yeah, like, he uses the term bird's eye view, which is specifically, like, removing himself from the situation. Oh, I need to remove myself from the situation and look at the bigger picture. Right? And he's saying it like this is pure snake shit. This is pure lack of any sort of accountability. If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. That's not what he said. He's saying, like, I just think that it's not going to be possible to enact any form of true, lasting change without getting a broader picture of the situation, a bird's eye view. Or, you know, thinking of things as like an outside observer, an impartial observer. Yeah, it's passive voice, indirect.
帝国からやってきた私を信じられないという気持ちもわかります。でも、改革を求める心に嘘偽りはありません。
I understand. 帝国からやってきて私. He says, やってきた私. He doesn't say, he isn't referring to himself as an imperial. He's saying, I understand why you wouldn't necessarily trust me, considering that I've come from the Empire. However, my desire to enact, reform is entirely genuine. The English there is, you have every right to doubt me. No, not what he said. But in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. Also not what he said. The specifically kaikaku here. He's saying, I want to change the empire. And Yugiri doesn't want to, like, change the empire. She probably just wants to destroy it. That's not a common goal. He wants to change the empire from within. Yeah, he is absolutely doing everything in his power to avoid identifying himself as Garlean. He is not trying to say that specifically. He's saying, I am an ambassador from the Empire. I came here from the Empire. He's trying to pose himself more as a Doman and less like an Imperial. And he said like, oh, I am an Imperial, but, you know, really I'm from Doma. He's being a fucking slime ball.
あなた方は戦いにより外から帝国を変えようとした。そしてある面でそれは成功しましたが、自由を永続させるには
Oh,
内から
what
の
a
変革も必
fucking
要なはず。
scumbag.
違いますか？
I love this bastard. This is a very well-written villain. I like this. 変えようとした。Yeah, you all have fought and you all have attempted to change the Empire from outside by, you know, through fighting against it. And in some respects, and in some regards, that has been successful. But in order to allow freedom to flourish, the Empire needs to change from within, don't you think? The important part there is that he says you fought it from the outside, and to some extent that has been successful. He's saying, like, you've been successful in doing so. Right? Your attempts to change the Empire through force and conflict has succeeded. Good job. But you would have to agree that in order for, you know, true peace and freedom, that the Empire needs to change from within. Ooh, it's the little compliment where he's saying like, oh, you know, it has succeeded, but, you know, in order for it to really succeed. In the English, you and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without, but if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong? He's way more openly hostile in the English, and he doesn't give the compliment. He doesn't give you the compliment. He doesn't give you the props. He's not coming across as effectively manipulative in the English whatsoever. Where it's like he is a fucking snake. Oh, that grin. That piece of shit. Yeah, okay. Ooh, these are good. These are very well-worded options. Your options are, like, you know, change from within is necessary. Or, the other option is, no, I don't think we have any choice but to force it to change, but to change it from the outside. Ooh, I mean, I don't think you need to change the Empire from within. I think you need to fucking kill him. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Motherfucker!
そんな悲しいことを口にするなんて。でも、私は決して諦めませんよ。
What a piece of shit! Ooh! Yeah, for someone like you, you changed the nation of Ishgard. For you to say something so sad, it's... However, I absolutely won't give up. Oh, what a piece of shit. He's like, oh, but you did that for Ishgard, didn't you? You changed them from within, huh? Oh, what? So you think like, oh, what? You think you can't do the same for the Empire? Is that? But you literally did that. Except the situations and the circumstances are different, you fucking snake. And saying, そんな悲しいことを口にするなんて. Like, for someone like you to have said something like that, I'm so shocked. What a piece of shit. Oh god, the choice in the English is, the Empire will never change. That's not what you say here. That's not what you're saying here at all. You say, and he goes, never? I wonder, would you have said the same of Ishgard? Believe what you will, but I assure you, the Empire can change. Like, he's not being manipulative in the English at all. He doesn't have that condescending, feigned concern that he has in the Japanese. Like, the way that he's been in the English, he comes off as explicitly malicious, and you would have told him to go fuck himself immediately. Like, there's no reason why you wouldn't just call him out on this instantly. The reason why we're not doing this is because, at least on the surface, he has not said anything that is explicitly hostile in the Japanese. He hasn't actually been hostile. He's just been implying it. He's been using passive voice when the Empire does something bad. He's been using active voice when the Empire does something good. Where in the Japanese, you get like this feeling that this guy is a piece of shit. And here you get the confirmation. But it's far more elegant here. Ooh, I like this. This is a good segment.
朝日の剣の腕前、相当のものだったわね。さすが、帝国の大使を務めるだけあるわ。
Ooh. Yeah. Oh yeah, Asahi's swordsmanship was incredibly impressive. I mean, I guess that's the level you'd expect from an, imperial ambassador.
ともあれ、一世とアザミが無事でよかった。
Motherfucker.
急にすみません。つい熱くなってしまって。でも、あなたには、私の考えを聞いて欲しかったんです。
Oh, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. Yeah, sorry, I, just got a little, beside myself there. But I just really wanted to make sure that you understood what I felt about how I was feeling.
ともかく、子供たちが無事で、本当に良かった。私も、あなたの戦いを、間近で見られたのは幸運でしたよ。さすが、素晴らしい戦いぶりでしたね。
Oh, this made my fucking skin crawl. Like, in any case, I'm just so glad that those children are safe. And, getting the chance to see you fight up close and personal. Like, I can't believe I was so lucky. You truly are as amazing as like, the rumors claim. Oh. This feels like in the Japanese, it feels like he's sizing you up. Right? Where he's saying like, okay, that's what I'm up against. Noted. The English is, yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eorze in action, and few Imperial soldiers can say that, at least few who lived to tell the tale. Like, no, why would he ever say that? This dude is going out of his way to not accuse you of anything. There is no way he would say like, oh, the other Imperial soldiers who have crossed your path, you killed them, didn't you? No, he would never say that. No, not at all. Of course not. No. And also, he wouldn't associate, like, he wouldn't consider himself an Imperial soldier. Referring to himself as an Imperial soldier there is absolutely not in his play card here.
さて、いささかケチがついてしまいましたが、ヤンサの視察はこれでしまいといたしましょうか。
Yeah, this hasn't, we've had to cut it a little bit short, but I suppose that concludes this visit to Yansa.
生井村には行かなくてもいいの？ドマの民の暮らしを見たいとか言っていたけど。
Are you sure you're okay with... Also, here, Oize is completely dropping all pretense. Like, what is it? Are you okay with not going to Namai village? I mean, you said you wanted to see how the people of Doma live. Or really, it's like, you would probably go with like, I thought you said you wanted to see how the people of Doma live. The English there is return, my lord. Why the fuck is English Odyssey referring to this dude as my lord? What? But what of Namai? You seemed so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. Who is this? Who the fuck like, whose fucking line is that supposed to be? Like, we calling in Colin Mockery? What's going on? I need to get me Wayne Brady.
そうしたかったのですがね。帝国の軍服を身につけた者が血の匂いをまとわせ、現れたらいくら皆さんと一緒でも動揺を与えかねないでしょ
う。Fuck you, man. I mean, I would have loved to do so, but you know, if someone wearing an Imperial uniform... Again, notice here, he says someone wearing an Imperial uniform. 帝国の軍服を身につけた者. If someone wearing an Imperial uniform were to show up reeking of blood, you know, even with you all with me, I'm sure that would be quite upsetting to them.
皆さんの協力もあって、ここまででも十分に有意義な時間を過ごすことができました。残念ではありますが、ここらでドマ超人地に戻りましょ
う。Thanks to all of your help, this has been a truly worthwhile use of time. Yeah, but unfortunately, I believe it's about time we return to, the residential district. This motherfucker. They're doing a very good job of making me fucking hate this guy. Ugh. How much longer until we get to whatever scene everybody is freaking out about? Because I'm assuming this is gonna blow up in his face, right? Like, this is clearly gonna blow up in his face and he's gonna drop the mask. Like, he's gonna go mask off. What quest am I on? Well, that's a problem. It's called a guilty conscience, I guess. Rise of a New Sun. So it's the quest after this one. Yeah, then I mean, we can like, I'll try and speed things up a little bit to get to that, if that's like a big cool moment.
ここから
Most of this stuff hasn't been super important, but it has been interesting. Like, especially the stuff with Asahir here. They're very precise with the language that's being used. It's very careful. And it's, like, if we're gonna be doing political shit, this is more of what I would want. You know? Oh, God damn it, I'm not actually attuned to any of that. This is the next quest for political discourse? Hell yeah. But it's because, like, they're actually doing very well-measured slimeball arguments. Also, I should probably actually attune to this either at a, you know, since I guess I haven't. Yeah, that would probably be useful for not having to take a boat back here every time. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for accompanying me and the ambassador. We were able to repel the crimson shells. Like you to go with Lord Hien immediately. We got a message asking him to group up. Okay, let's go. All of that was literally just formalities. It was just, we need to go, we need to go, we need to go, just go right now. We'll have to go back for it, but how did you like Xenos? Xenos is a fucking non-character for 99% of the time he's on screen, and then he's cool as fuck in the last cutscene. The dude is like a brick wall. He is a paper-mache character right up until the end where they actually explain his motivation a little bit, and then he's kind of sick. His ass is just not a character. Base 4.0, it kind of sucks ass. Yeah, he mostly just talks about hunting people for sport, like, a lot. But also, you know, like, the bigger thing with 4.0 is Fordola being totally fucking butchered. They seriously translated a character saying, I no longer wish to live. I've done something unforgivable, I want to die. To her saying, my only regret is not killing you when I had the chance. Like, she literally says, like, just kill me, I don't want to live anymore. I killed all of my friends and we still lost. There's no reason for me to keep living. And in the English, they translated that to, my only regret is not killing you when I had the chance. Not, my only regret is doing something incredibly horrific that I completely regret and it was for nothing. I could have justified the horrible things that I was doing if it actually achieved the goals that I was stated to have, but now that that's completely failed and all of it was pointless, all I'm left with is the horrific atrocities that I've committed, and I want to die. And that was somewhat manipulative because, you know, she wanted to be made an example of, so the people in All Amigo would have like a common enemy to rally against, but mostly she just kind of didn't want to live anymore because she couldn't live with herself. It's far more actually sympathetic. It's just like, I killed all of my friends and we still lost. Just fucking kill me. Yeah, it seems like you've returned. Yeah, you got a report. Come meet the ambassador on the inspection. Sorry, put you through the hassle. We're going fast. Yeah. However, yeah, having the chance to spend some time with the ambassador was incredibly valuable. You must have figured, you know, have some useful information. Could you please tell me what happened?
紅コーラによる襲撃とは、夜露の失脚後、紅コーラがこうした野党行為を働くのは頻繁にあることなのですか?
Yeah, an attack by the Crimson Shells? Is it a common occurrence for, the Crimson Shells to resort to banditry, or to commit, you know, acts of robbery following, Yoltsu's, displacement? Ousting.
いや、わしの知る限り、初めてのことだ。しかし、今後や面の蛮行が活発化するとも限らん。紹介の者たちに警戒を強めるよう命じておこ
う。No, as far as I know, this is the first time this has happened. However, I'll order my, more patrols to, be on alert. You know, in case this, like, these acts of savagery increase, or, you know, to try and keep a lid on it. Accuracy is going way down in favor of speed. Yeah, I owe you, there is one additional piece of incredibly useful information, but yeah, to think that the ambassador would have actually, you know, put his life on the line to save the, some, like, citizens of, Nanai Village.
私、どうにも朝日の言動を完全には信じられないんだけど、その心に秘めている強い決意は本物だと感じたわ。ただ理想を口にしているだけの男ではないと思う。
Yeah, okay, so here Alise says very particularly, she says, Yeah, no matter, really, like, no matter how this goes, I really can't fully believe everything that he says. Everything that Asahi says. However, I do think that the, you know, his determination is, like, intentions are genuine. I don't think he's just, you know, the sort of man who, like, talks big about, ideals. You know, he's like, not like an idealistic, charlatan, kind of. The English completely leaves out the line about her saying, like, I don't think I can trust this fucker.
そなたにも尋ねたい。大使殿の戦う姿、決意を述べる様は、その目にどう映った？
I'd like to ask you the same question. What did you think of the ambassador when he, you know, like when you fought alongside him and told you his intentions? I do not think. Oh, hell yeah! Gisensha. Or Gizensha. This is sick. Okay. Your options are... He seems like a good person. He seems like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Or like a hypocrite. Those are your options. Good person or hypocrite / wolf in sheep's clothing. The English options are, he may very well be an honorable man, or I still don't think he can be trusted. No, you say he's a fucking snake. He's a fucking snake.
なるほど。大使殿の言動が心からの発言ではないと感じたか。その場合、あやつの真意がどこにあるのかが問題になってくるな。
Thank you, and okay, so this is the thing where them misunderstanding what Hien was saying about why they want Yotsuyu back comes back to bite them. Because they were saying like, hey, I don't think he just wants Yotsuyu because she has like intel or something like that. There's some other reason that we don't even know whatsoever why they want Yotsuyu. The English just said, they must want Yotsuyu for intel. Whereas the Japanese says, that's not the case, there's something else probably. I can't figure it out otherwise. And so here, you say like, oh what, yeah, you think that like what he's done and said aren't actually genuine. In that case, you know, in that case then, the question is what his true motivation is.
そなたらの意見、しかと心に刻んでおこう。だが、いずれにせよ帝国との交渉は続けていくつもりだ。
I'll take your opinion into account, but in any case, I intend to continue negotiations with the Empire.
帝国側が提示した条件に対する答えは出たの。神下ろしに手を染めないこと、後人族の番組に対抗すること、それに捕虜交換の実現について。
Yeah. 対する答えが出たの。Yeah, do you have a answer on what you would like to do about the conditions set forth by the Imperials? You know, on suppressing the idol of the Kojin and to entirely refrain from the summoning of idols yourself. And, of course, the issue of the prisoners of war.
アルフィノにも知恵を貸してもらってな。神下ろしは言うに及ばずだが、後人族の番組召喚に対しても備えることができそうだと感じている。
Yeah, I have Alfino to thank on... Alfino and his wisdom and experience to thank on that. I believe we've created an actionable plan to be prepared in the case of a idol summoning by the Kojin. So this is another thing. Where they use two different terms. They use a couple of different terms when it comes to idols and them being invoked. They use kami oroshi, which is like the ritual of like materializing or bringing an idol into being, kind of. And then Shokan is the, like, actually summoning them to do a specific thing. Because the rules that are set forth, at least as far as I know them so far in the Japanese, is that in order for one of these entities, a primal idol, to be summoned, you need to have an actionable, like, specific goal. Which they completely fuck up in the English by having, like, Gabu yell out, "Wake up," and then Titan just wakes up on his own. Whereas in the Japanese, Gabu, the little kobold, yells out, "Take me with you," and then Titan wakes up to kill Gabu because he wants to die. And that's a discrete, specific request. You need an explicit request in order for them to be summoned. They say as much. Like, they say as much specifically. That in order for one of these things to be summoned, they need to have a very specific request, and that's what they follow. That these things are basically entirely will-less automatons, effectively, that just do whatever the fuck they're summoned to do. Right, that's why they say that, like, the way that any sort of, like, mythology about Lakshmi doesn't matter, and the only thing that matters is whatever the person who summoned Lakshmi thinks Lakshmi should be. And that also brings into question a lot of the stuff about, you know, like, Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Because if that's the case, and, you know, you got, like, things that are summoned, and then they've got the whole trend of loss and people, like, summoning up a version or a shadow of a loved one, but then they're just the way that they want them to be instead of their actual self, and then that being, like, terrifying. I think they might be, you know, kind of going for that. I don't know which of Hydaelyn and Zodiark is an idol, but probably fucking one of them. If not both. Who knows? During the Shadowbringers hype train, I was all in on Hydaelyn being evil. Bro, I've been on the fuck Hydaelyn hype trains ever since Elidibus showed up, and I was just like, bro, this is my homie. Like, Elidibus shows up, and I'm like, yes. Yes, dude. Whatever you say, bro. I'm there. I was immediately ready to swap sides for Elidibus. That's the homie. But yeah, they're setting up the like 2 steps here, but it's still somewhat vague in the Japanese.
3つの神器が揃ったことを機に召喚された。この時、神器に宿っていた魔力はかなり消耗したはずだ。
Yeah, the great god Susanoo was summoned when the 3 sacred vessels were assembled. At this point in time, the energy contained within those vessels must have, be substantially depleted.
となれば、再召喚には別途、エーテルの供給源が必要となる。つまり、新たな神器や大量のクリスタルを集積させないように、警戒を強めていけば、神下ろしを防げるはずなんだ。
Yeah, okay. Yeah, in that case, they would need to acquire a separate source of ether in order to resummon him. In other words, a increased security, increased vigilance to prevent them from collecting new sacred vessels and large quantities of crystals should prevent another invocation.
ドマ奪還以来、壁甲らの後人族との交流も深まっておる。彼らと連携して当たれば不可能なことではないだろう。
Oh, fuck, I forgot about this one. Yeah, they actually translated this one to blue. They actually translated this one to blue. They actually translated this to yeah, they translated red and blue Kojin when it's crimson and azure. Fucking idiots. Yeah, since the recapture of Doma, interactions with the Azure Kojin because they use an antiquated-ass kanji for blue-green. It's azure. Yeah, our relations with them have... Yeah, our mutual exchange with them has deepened. Is Koji responsible for changing Blue Hand to Illuminati? Probably. I don't know if he specifically did it, but I mean, he was in charge of the shit when they changed it, and yeah, they're the Blue Hand. Calling them the Illuminati literally just sounds like, why? They're a bunch of fucking goblins. Their insignia is a blue hand. Why are they called the Illuminati? Doesn't even make sense. You might as well call them fucking BlackRock or something, dude. Like, whatever. If we're just saying fuck it, just call them fucking BlackRock. Yeah, they're led by fucking Gob Cheney. Who gives a shit at that point? If we're just gonna do whatever, then there's no rules. Like, oh man, they've got fucking Goblin-in-Chief Gob W. Bush. Oh no. Fuck it, bro. Go all in. I'd like to... Yeah, it shouldn't be impossible to continue our friendly relationship with them.
じゃあ、帝国からの提案を受け入れるつもりなのね。
So then, you're intending on accepting this offer from the Imperials? Or from the Empire?
ああ、徴用兵を取り戻せる好機だからな。さらに言えば、大使殿に花を持たせてやることで、帝国内の和平論者を後押しできるなら、そうすべきであろ
う。和平論者。Okay, so this is, yeah, it's an opportunity to get the conscripted soldiers back, and more specifically, if we allow this ambassador to take the credit for this success, we could potentially, yeah, it would be in our best interest to strengthen the, like, those within the Empire looking to create peace by allowing the ambassador to take credit for this victory.
だが、そのためには、一つ片付けねばならん問題がある。もうしばらく、わしに付き合ってくれるか?
Yeah, there's one more, issue. Yeah, there's one, or really there's like, you know, something else I feel I need to do. Would you be willing to, yeah,
私たちでいいなら、
stay with
も
me
ち
for
ろ
a
ん。
bit here?
でも、一体何に付き合えばいいの?
Yeah, you know, of course, if there's something we can do, but what exactly are you intending to do?
どのような結果に終わるか、見届けてほしいのだ。かの者に眠る罪が、果たしてどこへと行き着くのかをな。
Oh, fuck off with this line. I want to... Yeah, to see how this, you know, will end. You know, like, to see how, like, far these, like, sins go. This is that's an awkward line. I would go back over and parse that more deeply if I wasn't trying to move quicker. I believe he's talking about himself doing something fucked up. I'm assuming he's talking about the responsibility that they have to Yotsuyu.
そなたらが大使殿と領内を巡っている間に秘密裏にレシアンから連れてこさせたのだ。
Yeah, while you were out touring the territory with the ambassador, I had her secretly brought in to yeah, from Patriots Rise. Bro, what the fuck are you doing?
一度はその罪ゆえにこの手で切った相手だ。怒りと憎しみにゆえあれども、過去の行いが許されるものでもなし。
いい手だ。OK。では、その罪ゆえに、この手で切った相手。Okay, yeah, this is like... because of your sins, I cut you down once before with my own hands. I understand your, the reasoning for the reason for your rage and your hatred. But that doesn't mean that what you've done should be forgiven.
裁きを下すは主君の務め。あと半歩の踏み込みが甘く、子孫じたというなら、やり遂げるのも、わしの役目よな。
Yeah, if it's the Lord, the duty of a Lord to pass down judgment, then in stopping halfway, I've failed. Yeah, and if, if I've, failed, I ought to finish what I started. Kind of.
私、何をしてしまったの？思い出せない。
Yeah, what did I do? I can't remember.
でも、何か悪いことをしてしまったんでしょ？お願い、教えて。知りたいの。
Wow, go fuck yourself. Wow, go fuck yourself. Wow, go fuck yourself. She said, but, you know, I must have done something bad. Please, tell me. I want to know. In the English he says, was it really so terrible? Tell me, please, what did I do? No, what she said is, I did something bad, didn't I? Not, was it really so terrible? Again, these people doing the translation do not understand fucking human emotions, man.
罪とはいずこにあるのでござろうか。
Yeah, tsumi. Yeah, that sin. You know, that thing you call sin, crime. Where does it begin?
悪事をなした人の体にこそ罪があるのだとすれば、手下に命じて罪を犯させた黒幕を裁くことはできません。
Yeah, if the bodies of those who... Yeah, the physical body of those who carry out evil, who commit crimes, are responsible, then those who order such things cannot possibly be condemned.
では、悪事をなそうと考えた人の心にこそ罪があるのか。だとすれば、すでに砕け散り、己もわからぬ心に罪はありやなしや。
Yeah. And... like, yeah, if sin exists within the hearts of those who committed, like, who intend to commit these, you know, who intend to enact these actions, then, like, how could a heart, like like a destroyed heart that, you know, unknown to even some, like the person themselves, can that be said to hold sin, right? It's the it's like, you know, the person who did those things does not exist. And it's 己もわからぬ心に, like, does, you know, this sin yet reside within some, like, a heart that they don't even know? Like, its heart/mind. This isn't a fucking awkward one to get natural. I trust that the tone kind of gets across, but I cannot get that clean. That would take a lot of time to actually workshop and proofread. Right, he's saying, like, you know, her fucking, she doesn't remember shit if crime, you know, like, something that needs to be, like, repented for is, you know, from the heart, from the mind. I mean, that shit's gone. She doesn't even know who she is.
情が湧いたか、豪雪。
情が湧いた。Yeah, okay. Like, so then you feel compassion for her then, Golsetsu.
拙者にもわかりません。ただ、ようやく得たと思った死に場さえ失った身なれば、なぜ生き残ったのかと天命を問いたくもなりましてな。
Also here, Tenmei here is just fate. He's not talking about the kami. Tenmei here does not at all justify kami. This is just a term for fate. You could maybe go with, like, the heavens? Maybe. But this is more just fate. To tell you the truth, I do not know myself. However, what? Yeah, this is like, this is a hard one. I want to get this one right. It's like, yeah, I wonder why I, you know, like, I survived. Why I survived when I finally found the place where I should have died.
そしてなぜ天は露を夜露を生かし記憶を奪ったのか拙者には皆目わかりません。
Yeah, and then here, 10. This is a more explicit, yeah. Yeah, why the heavens fate would allow Yotsuyu to live, but to steal away her memory. I have no idea whatsoever. I have no answers.
天命か。
Yeah, Timme. Yeah, fate. Or, like, the will of the heavens. They say, oh my god, in the English they say will of the kami. That is not what this is. Tenme is way more vague. It's just fate. When divine punishment or terms like that are used in Japanese, it's far more vague. Because there's like 5 different fucking folk belief systems all competing with each other. It's not kami. Fuck off. Maybe do 5 seconds of Googling, you assholes.
ならば 命を天に問うとしよう。豪雪よ、そなたがしばし世露の面倒を見よ。
Yeah, then let's leave her life in the hands of fate. Yeah, Gositsu, you're to take care of her for now. Watch over her.
捕虜交換のその日までに記憶が戻らぬようなら、つゆという名の一人のドマ人として新たな人生を歩ませる。
Yeah, if she doesn't regain her memories by the day of the prisoner exchange, yeah, she'll be given the name Tsuyu and be allowed to live a new life in Doma.
しかし、記憶が戻ったならば、代理総督世露として捕虜の列に加え帝国に差し出す。徴兵された者らとの交換ならば民も納得しよ
う。However, if her memories were to return, she'll be added to those exchanged in the prisoner of war transfer as the acting governess of Doma. This will satisfy the people. Or it's like, yeah, the people will be satisfied once their loved ones are returned to them.
よい。
As you command.
行こう。大使殿もそろそろしびれを切らしているところだろうからな。
Yeah, let's go. The ambassador must be growing tired of waiting. Yeah. You may have noticed it, but there's something wrong with Gositsu.
世露への肩入れのことではない。体のことだ。
I'm not talking about his support of Yotsuyu. I'm talking about his body.
ドマ城崩落に巻き込まれ、九死に一生を得てからの旅路。無理に無理を重ねた上に、気合一つで包み込むような生き方をしてきた男だからな。
Yeah, he's been Yeah, he's been on a long and treacherous journey since he was caught up in the collapse of Doma Castle. He's, had brush-ins with death who knows how many times. He's a man who's pushed himself to the absolute limits to force himself to do the impossible through sheer willpower alone. But above all else, yeah, above all that, he's, he's like a single man, right? Like it's like, kind of like he's like burned himself out, kind of, probably.
どうやら刀すらまともに握れんようだ。少し気にかけてやってくれ。
He seems to be trying to not cause us any worry, but as it stands, I don't think he would even be able to hold his sword. Please, keep an eye on him.
豪雪が余生を露と共に静かに暮らすというなら、それも悪くないとわしは思っておる。
Yeah, and if Golsetsu truly wishes to, like, yeah, live out the rest of his life, you know, in peace with Tsuyu, I think that that's, I think that that's, you know, not a bad idea. It's important here that he's saying, like, specifically that he endorses the idea. He's fine with it. Like, that's clearly he wants that to happen.
再び戦場に立たつとも良い国を作らねばな。
Yeah. Yeah, I need to... I or we need to make a country where that man never needs to set foot on the battlefield again. It's specifically the line there of him saying, like, I think that the idea of him living out the rest of his life with Tsuyu, you know, as a grandpa, is good, and I want to make a world where that is the case, where he can do that. Specifically. And yeah, the English for this is fucking garbage. The explicit approval of that idea is not mentioned. He just says, it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade, though I suppose if he and Yotsuyu... Wait, he calls her Yotsuyu there. Why does he fucking call her Yotsuyu there? He calls her Tsuyu in the Japanese. Why does he call her Yotsuyu? Yeah, I suppose if he and Yotsuyu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, you will have little use for it. No, you have to put in the thing of him specifically saying he wants that for him. He wants him to be able to just live out his life in peace with Tsuyu. He's already calling her Tsuyu. He's not calling her Yotsuyu anymore. Like, that's him saying he's already seeing her as a different person.
天より与えられた新たな命。
さあ、
So
これ
this
で
is
4
the
つの
big
処遇も
one?
決まった。あとは、わしの決定を大使殿へ伝えるのみだ。すまぬが引き続き、そなたらも同席してくれ。
Yeah, now then, I've decided what to do with Yotsuyu. Saying it in person. Like, now that he's speaking in front of people, he's calling her Yotsuyu. All that remains now is to tell my decision to the ambassador. Sorry, but I'd like to have you present for this as well. He's going to very clearly crash out when we say we're not going to let her go.
ようやく結論が出たところでな。
Sorry to keep you waiting, Ambassador. I've, yeah, reached my conclusion. I've reached my answer. Made a decision.
いえ、とんでもございません。おかげで、ヤンサ領内の現状を見学することもでき、有意義な時間となりました。
Oh, no, not at all. Thanks to that, I was able to see the current situation in Yonso with my own eyes. It was very illuminating.
それで、お答えは
So then, your decision?
うん。慢心対策への協力と捕虜交換の件、共に受け入れよう。ただし、条件がある。
Listen to how long he paused there. He said, yes, I'll accept your terms with cooperation against idols and the exchange of prisoners of war. However, there is a condition.
代理総督世露の件だが、 確かに彼女はわしらが保護しておる。が、少しばかり問題があってな。
Yeah, as for, acting governess Yotsuyu, it's true that she is under our care. However, there is a complication in that matter. A slight complication.
問題ですか。
A complication or a problem.
ドマ城崩落に巻き込まれながらもどうにか生き延びたものの、記憶を失っておってな。自分の名前すら覚えておらんのだ。
She was in Doma Castle when it collapsed, but somehow managed to survive. She somehow managed to survive, but entirely lost her memory, to the point of not even remembering her own name.
先ほど保護と言ったのもそれゆえよ。わしらは今のところ捕虜としてではなく、ドマの民の一人として扱っておる。
Yeah, and here, that's why he says specifically, that is specifically why I said that she is under our care. We're treating her as a citizen of Doma, not as a prisoner of war.
つまり、捕虜交換の対象とするつもりはないと。
So then, you intend to exclude her from the prisoner of war exchange, then?
そうは言わん。捕虜交換の日までに記憶が戻れば、代理総督として帝国に引き渡そう。
I did not say that. If her memory returns to her by the date of the prisoner exchange, she'll be returned to the Empire as the acting governess of Doma.
なるほど。もしも記憶が戻らなければ、そのままドマ人として留め置くと。
Ooh, Tomeoku is a interesting word here. And also, yeah, it's the OCR/MTL sees Empire and keeps throwing in Reich for some reason. I see. So then, if she were to not have her, if her memories were to not return, you intend to just to keep her here detained in Doma then? It's Tomeoku is like to detain, to lock away. He's being possessive here. In the English, he says, you will accommodate her in Doma. No. He uses a very specific turn of phrase here to imply that it's being done against her will. Yeah, what use would a woman, gleefully stuffing her cheeks with dango have to you?
団子ですか。
団子？
あまりに予想外の状況で困ったな。
For something this unexpected to have happened, this is quite troubling.
わかりました。こちらも紅玉会に部隊を送り込んでしまった負い目があります。姉の処遇については合意しましょう。
I understand we have a debt to repay for the dispatching of troops to the Ruby Sea. Well then, let's come to an agreement about how my sister will be treated.
ただ、 彼女は代理総督である以前に義理とはいえ私の姉でもある人です。
No, 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 motherfucker. I see where this is going. Oh, I see where this is going. They're really gonna do this, huh? They're really gonna have this dude kill her? Really? Really? They're really gonna do this? Huh? Okay. Yeah, well before she was, you know, the acting governess of Doma, she was, you know, she's my sister. Before I returned to the Empire, would I be allowed to see her just once? Just the two of us. Well, the honor there is, it's less patronizing, and it's more, he's trying to seem more familiar than he probably actually is. He's trying to make it seem like he actually cares about her, when I don't think he does not at fucking all. He very clearly does not give a shit about her. And if I'm wrong about that, I would be very surprised. Yeah, of course. If you bring her some dango, I'm sure she'd be delighted.
Yugiri, Taishi no go annai shiro.
Yuri, please show the ambassador. Yeah, show the ambassador the way. There's no way this goes well. I feel like he's definitely gonna end up killing her.
二人きりでというから座敷を離れたものの、少々時間が経ちすぎてはござらぬか。やはり拙者が様子を。
Yeah, I left her. You know, I said he wished to be alone with her, so I left, but haven't they been gone for too long? I think I should go and check on them.
落ち着け、豪雪。二人きりというのが大自然の望み。流行る気持ちはわかるが、今できるのは待つことのみよ。
Calm down, Gosetsu. The ambassador wished to see her alone. I understand how you're feeling right now, but all we can do is wait.
お待たせいたしました。二人だけの時間を作っていただき感謝いたします。
Sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you for your patience and for allowing me to spend some time alone with her.
おかげさまで久方ぶりに姉と会えました。ですが実際に記憶をなくしている様を目の当たりにするとやはり辛いものがありますね。
Yeah, thanks to you, I was finally able to see my sister, but seeing with my own eyes that she truly has lost her memories is painful.
どうだ、つゆよ。この方とお会いして何か感じるものはあったか？
Yeah, what do you think, Tsuyu? When you met this man, did you feel anything, remember anything at all?
何も。
No, nothing.
残念ながら私の顔を見ても何も思い出しませんでした。姉はひとまずドナにお預けいたしましょう。どうかよろしくお願いいたします。
Yeah, unfortunately, the sight of me didn't cause her to remember anything. I'll leave her in your care. Please take good care of her.
はい、わかった。
I understand. Maybe you
で
go
は、
like as
私
you
どもは
wish.
これで失礼いたします。合意した内容を急ぎ皇帝陛下へと報告する必要がありますので。
Yeah, now, if you excuse me, we need to make a report. I'm sure, yeah, we need to make our report to, His Majesty, the Emperor.
早々、捕虜交換の日程ですが、皇帝陛下の承認を得た後、徴用兵らを任地から招集、その後、ヤンサへ移送することになるため、少々時間が必要です。
Yes, the timetable for the exchanging of prisoners will take a short while. However, with the Emperor's approval, the conscripted forces will be pulled away from their posts and then delivered to Yansa, transferred to Yansa.
承知した。こちらも、貴殿の裁縫を待つ間に、万人対策や捕虜の引き渡し準備を進めておこ
う。Understood. Then, while we wait for your return, we'll proceed with our preparations on dealing with idols and for the transfer of prisoners on our side.
それと、ここまで機会がなく謝辞が遅れてしまったが、生井村の民、一世とアザミを守ってくれたそうだな。彼らの命を救ってくれたこと、感謝いたす。
And yeah, I know that this is quite late, but as I have not had the opportunity to do so yet, I'd like to thank you for saving the lives of Ise and Azami of Namai Village.
いえ、そんな、視察中にたまたま遭遇しただけですし、英雄伝たちも一緒でしたから。
No, of course not. We just so happened to run into them during the inspection with the hero and the rest of them with me.
それに、クレナーコーラが起こした事件となれば、その原因は我が帝国の行いによる歪みにあると言えましょ
う。Yeah. Besides, if this was like an attack by the Crimson Shells, then the cause of this can only be the ripples of actions taken by our empire. He is saying
我が民はもう十分すぎるほど傷つきました。これ以上の痛みを味わうことがないよう、微力ながら私も務める所存です。
The people of Doma have been through more than enough. I'll try in whatever way I can to prevent them from experiencing any more pain or from going through any more
帰国の皇帝が良い決断を下されるよう、吉名に頼む。
Yeah, I will hope and wait that your emperor comes to a favorable decision.
それじゃ、姉さん、また会いましょ
う。Yeah, now then, Yotsuyu, sister. Well, I'll see you again.
豪雪、引き続きよ、つゆの面倒を見てやってくれ。わしは最後に一仕事残っておるのでな。
Gosetsu, please, look after Yotsuyu. I have one more thing that I need to do.
夕霧とオレオたちは、わしと一緒に、外まで付き合ってくれ。最後の大仕事、大使伝らの見送りと行くぞ。
Oh, no! Oh, I see how this is not gonna go well. Yeah, okay, Yukari. For everybody. Come with me, outside. Our last, the last job here is to, see off the ambassador and and his retinue. That's our last big job. You know, we're doing a real proper farewell sort of thing. This is gonna go poorly. I feel a crash out coming. Like, this dude is going to lose his shit. He is very clearly just about to lose his shit. This guy is going to snap.
帝国による干渉の危険がなくなれば、おのずと紅。大使殿は来訪の時と同様にカストルム・フルーミニスから飛空戦艦へと帰還するらしい。それではわしらも向かおうぞ。
Seems that the ambassador is going to be returning to his airship from Castrum Pulmonus. So let's see him off. This is gonna go into a cutscene. Fuck. This ain't gonna go well, man. Wait. Ian, you might be a fucking idiot.
では大使殿、キロの無事を祈ろう。
Wait, you fucking moron. We're all out here. They're gonna get in the airship and just go right back. They're gonna get in the airship and just go right back to get Yotsuya. Like, what's to stop them from just turning around and being like, alright, now that you guys are safely out of responding distance, we'll just fly over there and pick her ass up. Yeah, so then, Ambassador, I wish you a safe return trip.
ありがとうございます。この度のドマ訪問は実に有意義なものとなりました。捕虜交換に際しての再会を楽しみにしていますよ。
Thank you very much. Yeah, this visit to Doma was incredibly worthwhile, fruitful. I look forward to seeing you again when the day comes to exchange prisoners.
マキシマ、君たちは一足先に艦に戻って出発準備を。
Maximum, you all please return to the ship and prepare for takeoff. Ah shit, my outfit is matching his. That's unfortunate.
最後にヤンサ領内での視察に同行してくれた英雄殿にお礼をしたいのですが。
Finally, I'd like to thank the hero for accompanying me on my tour of Yansa. Is this guy gonna fucking stab me? Or is he gonna monologue at me? He's gonna give me the Isekai villain smile.
俺はお前を許さない。
Oh, he's pissed. Yeah, hero of the barbarians. I'll never fucking forgive you. Oh, what, did we meet him before? Kill some of his friends? Oh, what, little baby? Little baby man. Finally, yeah, found you. Really, gave us a hard time there.
野蛮人どもめ、ここで我らを倒したとて独立などできるものか。
You savages. Even if you defeat us here, you'll never be free.
いずれ本国から援軍が来るのだ。帝国に従うことこそが唯一正しい道だというのに。
Reinforcements are coming from the Imperial mainland. The only way for you to survive is to follow the Empire. And yet you, yet you still, do this. Was the implication. Yeah, you would want to translate Citadel to, like, you know, righteousness or something like that. Yeah, yeah, what's a dog like you who has abandoned their pride as a doman to tell me of what is right?
これで終わりにしてやる。
I'll put an end to this. Here. Oh! Wait a minute, is this, I really hope that this is...
何やつ?
Can this be? Oh, fuck. I thought it might, for a second, have been Gaius. I was hoping it would have been Gaius from the top rope with the steel chair. Reinforcements. Yeah, but what can he do alone? Surround him. Bitch. That was very sloppily animated, I'm gonna be real. Oh, what, he's mad at us for killing Xenos? Oh, what, did I kill your juicy man? Oh, no. What are you gonna do, cry about it? Commit mass murder?
助かりました。
Thank you.
これが侍の刀というものか。
Fuck.
悪くない。
Fuck. Fuck off. I cannot take this man seriously. So this is a samurai's katana. Not bad. Fuck off.
他に抵抗を続ける者は
Are there any others who wish to resist?
はい。対岸の町人地に。
Or it's like, yeah, that's more like where the rest of the insurgents. Yes, the main force of the insurgents are in the residential district on the opposite side of the river.
その頭目は強いのか?
Oh, it's, you're being led by Cayenne. Is their leader strong?
ドマの元国主にして剣豪と名高い人物です。
Yes, he's a former Lord of Doma and a renowned swordsman.
狩りにふさわしい獲物であればよいが。
I hope he's worthy of the hunt, of being hunted. This is every single fucking Xenos line. It's just me want hunt, hope they're strong, and then like every 20th line is some absolutely insane nonsense. Where he'll say some shit that just is impossible to parse, of saying like, oh, so you're the one who is like unfortunate enough to have not died on the battlefield. I should feed you to the hounds. You're just like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Yeah, what the hell is he?
知らないのか? 第12軍団を率いる皇太子殿下だ。
I like hunting in crayons? Shit, he's a United States Marine. Fuck. Red ones taste best. Yeah, don't you know he's the Crown Prince? He leads the 12th. He's a absolute genius in war, but I guess he is as, like, brave or, strong as, the rumors say.
あれがあのお方がゼノス様。
Yeah, that man is Lord Xenos. Oh, okay, so this is far less interesting than I thought it was gonna be. I thought he had some actual, like, motivations or care towards his sister, but no, he was just mad about this.
その力、すべてが忌々しい。
Yeah, that face, your strength, everything about you is infuriating. Imaimashi is infuriating. Annoying. Like, pisses him the fuck off.
おっと、全権大使の俺に手を出せば、ドマと帝国の和平はご破産。それがわからないほど愚かではないのだろう。
Oh, I'm sorry. But I'm sure you know that if you were to try and mess with me as the ambassador plenipotentiary, any talk of peace between Doma and the Empire is dead in the water. You do know that, right? You aren't stupid enough to not.
我が救い主にして思考の主を傷つけたお前を絶対に許さない。
Okay, you're actually calling this dude Squeenushi. Yeah, I will never forgive you for wounding my savior and our supreme lord. But he says Kizutsuketa, which implies that he's still alive, not killed.
また会う日を楽しみにしているからな。
I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Hey buddy, I think you got the wrong country. Empire is 2 continents down. Saying Kisutsukeru there seems to imply that Xenos is not dead and that he knows he's not dead. Also, when he said, like, oh, you kill me and the peace talk is dead in the water, that means, like, what? Is he planning on getting himself killed? So that the peace talk fails? Like, what? Is he that crazy? Well, it's because the reason is that he uses the term Kizutsukeru. And yeah, he's taunting you about, like, oh, what, you want to try something? Oh, what, did I just piss you off? Oh, you can't do anything, fuck you. You know you can't. He completely dropped the thing. Okay, let me check out that section of the English. It's, everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me. Why do you use vex? Go on, lash out like the beast you are, at an emissary, and jeopardize the newfound peace between Doma and the Empire. Where's the mocking? Like, the mocking tone, where he goes, oh, I'm sorry. That otto. Oh, hold on now there. You lay a hand on me. Right, that's the tone that he was doing. He's mocking you to your face. My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance. And yeah, was destined. That's not what was said at all. He said, you harmed my lord, my savior and supreme lord. Kizutsuketa, like wounded, not killed. And saying my lord was destined would mean that he's saying that that's like no longer possible, but that's clearly not the case. Yeah, like, this is a villain monologue because he's saying, like, there's nothing you can do about it. He's saying, Xenos is still alive, fuck you, I'm coming back for revenge. And, yeah, as far as, like, Xenos' actual motivation, he specifically says that he found, like, his whole thing was that he finds the concept of life to be restrictive, boring, and utterly terrifying. Just in general. The idea that, you know, you need to, no matter what it is you do, even if you're like, you know, eating plants, you need to end other life to sustain your own, is a abhorrent and disgusting cycle. And that the only thing he found interesting or fun in the world is like the thrill of battle. And his wording was like, you know, if we're destined to, you know, hurtle into oblivion, you might as well enjoy the one thing that, you know, all life needs to do, to fight to survive. And then he just comes at you and is like, you know, that like gift you were, or no, not gift, like that power you were born with, I've achieved through raw force of will. Come at me, motherfucker. And I was like, okay, yeah, okay. He's a radical nihilist. In the sense that it's not like, oh, nothing matters. It's like, I'm terrified of existence in general, and I'm about to make it everybody else's problem. He's a far more, esoteric villain. He's just like, he's aggressive existential dread. Like, that's his whole deal, is he is aggressive existential dread. The dude woke up, looked at life, and went, oh, fuck no. Not a fan of this. He's like, what, so you tell me that I'm just going to, I live and then I'm just gonna die? Fuck that. This, world sucks. Everything about this place is horrible. This world is a prison, and I'm gonna fucking break out or die trying. Fuck all of you. Oh no, he is a complete psychopath. It's just that it's... The reason that he's a psychopath is slightly more interesting. He is a walking existential breakdown. Right? He is someone who could not cope with the concept of, like, life, or, you know, linear time, basically. And he just takes it out on everybody else. You know, it's like, we're all hurtling to oblivion. The only thing that's worth doing is getting your fucking heart pumping to make sure you're alive. You know, like, it's just like, what's the fucking point of anything else? Who gives a shit? Specifically in Japanese, he uses several terms to refer to the world as, like, cramped, small, boring, restrictive. You know, it's like a, you know, I was born in too small of a world with not enough time. And so what does it matter if I die now or 50 years from now? Who cares? Like, I'm dead in the fucking dirt anyway. And so his whole thing with like, aping your, transcendence is another just sort of, like, fuck you to basic reality. Like, he doesn't really have anybody to be angry at other than nature, which is sort of like his whole deal is, you know, if nature is the thing that put me here, then I'll be the best fucking animal I can be. It's still not, like, great motivation. It still makes him pretty shallow, but it's more interesting and it's kind of fun. Like, having one character like that, having a character like that as the main villain for a story, absolutely awful. Having a character like that show up occasionally and go apeshit, very good. Having that guy just roll in and go, fuck this shit, I'm here to make things worse. And what's the matter? You look pale. Did the ambassador say something to you?
Asahiの過去を見たというのは?
Oh yeah, you saw Asahi's past.
それにしても朝姫、うさんくさいとは思っていたが、ゼノスの信奉者だったとは。
Man, this MTL. Yeah, no. Yeah, that bastard Asahi. I knew there was something off about him, but I didn't think he was like a follower of Xenos.
ヒエン様。
Lord Hien.
皆まで言うな。わしとて、花から大使殿を信用していたわけでもなし。
I mean, Patch, honestly, as much as I hate to say it, that is kind of right. Yeah, it is the he who makes a feast of himself gets rid of the fate of being a man. But the thing that's somewhat interesting about Xenos is that his whole perspective is really only something that you would come to if you spent a lot of time, like, thinking about stuff, existentially, you know, like, a lot of time contemplating things, and then coming to a conclusion of, fuck reality. You know, you know, cops can't read 3. He's, like, you either turn into Viper, or you turn into Xenos, or the Joker. Yeah, stop right there, Yugiri. I didn't trust him from the beginning, nor do I have any particular high hopes of the populares within the Empire.
ただな、ユギリオ。わしは徴兵されたドマの民のために、できる限りのことをしてやりたいのだ。
But, Yugiri, all I want is to do whatever I can for the people of Doma who have been conscripted.
連れ去られた徴用兵たちは人質でもあった。それを知った上で、わしは反乱を起こすと決めたのだからな。
Yeah, those who were conscripted are, simply put, hostages. I knew that, and I still decided to go through with this revolution.
それは、ヒエン様に非があるわけでは。
But, Lord Hien, it's in no way your fault.
いいや、非があるかどうかの問題ではない。わしは確かに主君として一度は彼らを見捨てたのだ。処刑もあり得ると知って反旗を翻した。それは事実であろ
う。No, it's not a question of who's to blame. Yeah, I, as their lord, abandoned them once before. Yeah, I abandoned them, and I rose up in arms, even knowing that this could lead to their execution. Those are simply facts.
だが幸いにして、捕虜交換という形で彼らを故郷に返してやれるとなれば、相手が悪鬼であろうと、取引に応じる理由となろう。
yeah. However, as luck would have it, if we can get them back home safely with this prisoner deal, then I don't care what sort of monster we would need to make that deal with. I'd see it done.
ヒエン様。
それにしてもそなたは厄介な男に恨まれたものよな。あれはしつこいぞ。きっとな。
Yeah, and besides, like that, somebody who is that much of a pain in the ass absolutely hates you. Someone like that is gonna be persistent. He's kind of giving you shit there, like, that guy is gonna fucking, he is so mad. That guy is so mad.
でも、なぜ朝日はこのタイミングで本性を表したのかしら。最後まで私たちを欺くこともできたはずなのに。
But still, why would, Asahi, show off who he really is, like, then and there? He could have, tricked us right up until the end.
皇帝の勅命に応えるため、芝居を知ってでも、捕虜交換の約束を取り付けたかったのだろう。だが、ひとまずの使命を果たした以上、芝居も無用ということ。
Yeah, okay, this is not... Shiva is not what the MTL seems to think it means. Yeah, in order to fulfill this imperial decree, he had to put up an act in order to secure the prisoner of war exchange. However, and now that that deal is secured, he must have decided that there's no more need for theatrics.
ゼノスの熱狂的な信奉者となれば、仇を前に毒の一つも吐きたくなったか。やれやれ、いずれ来る再会に備え、警戒を強めねばな。
Yeah, it's like, I guess if he's like a die-hard follower of Xenos, if you're, I guess he wanted to like spit some venom, in his like enemy's face at the very end there. So, I mean, I guess we're gonna have to keep our guard up for when he, when we meet him again.
しかし、それも今しばらくは、先のこと。大使殿の本性は留意しておく必要があるが、状況としては、ひとまず落ち着いたと言ってよかろう。
Yeah, however, that won't be for some time now. We need to keep in mind what he truly is like. But for now, it's safe to say that the, things are more or less settled.
番組召喚を食い止めるための監視体制や、ドナにいる帝国軍捕虜を集めたり、やらねばならんことは多いが、それらは国内のわしらだけで対応できること。
Oh shit, I didn't realize they were gonna get on an airplane and go to Japan. I recommend the JR pass for unlimited Shinkansen trips. Fucking MTL, man. Yeah, there's many things that need to be done, setting up a surveillance system to keep watch on, preventing any further idol summonings, gathering up prisoners, imperial prisoners within the capital, within the city of Doma itself, but, those are things for us to do.
そなたらからは、すでに十分な助言と力添えをもらった。いざ捕虜交換に挑む番には、また協力を請うことになろうが、それまでの匙は、わしらに任せてくれ。
Which airport? Haneda or Narita? Oh, that's a hard one. I'm gonna say Haneda. You've already given us more than enough advice and support. We'll ask your help again when the time comes to exchange prisoners. In the meantime, you can leave the, the finer details to us.
承知しました。こちらからも捕虜交換の場への同席をお願いさせてください。合意がなされるか否か、しっかり見届けておきたいのです。
Understood. However, I'd like to, with your permission, I'd like to be present during the prisoner exchange to confirm for ourselves whether or not the agreement is followed.
それから私とアリゼはしばらくウルダハ召喚に詰めていようと思います。ご用の時はクガネまで知らせてください。
Yeah, well then, Olize and I will be staying in the, old, trading house for a while. If you need anything, please find us in Kugane.
そうね、四つ湯の記憶を含めて不安定な要素はいくつもあるもの。もし何かあればまた知らせてちょうだい。すぐに駆けつけるから。
Yeah, there's a number of things there's a lot of things to worry about, including the issue with Yotsuyu's memory. If you need anything else, please let us know. We'll be there as soon as we can.
ああ、そなたたちの力、今しばらく頼りにさせてくれ。この先、どれほどの大波がドマを襲うかわからんからな。
Yes, I'll be counting on you for the time to come. For quite a while yet to come, I think. どれほどのdomo. I don't know how much trouble is going to come to Doma in the coming days, months, etc. I am definitely fading a little bit. Okay, we'll go back to the Ulda trading post. You have to tell everything to Taru as well. Yay.
大使殿が最後に見せた憎しみの顔が本性ならば、次の来訪時、素直に捕虜交換が行えるという確証はない。
Yeah, this is what I thought, man.
こうなると、紅コーラの襲撃もどこまで偶然だったのか。
Yeah, if that look of if that raw hatred was his true self, then there's no guarantee that this prisoner of war exchange will go well. It makes me wonder how much that Crimson Shell attack was really just a coincidence. Yeah, that shit wasn't. Not even slightly. But I mean, I should finish this actual quest, though, right? Unless this would be a good spot to actually stop it. I don't know, should I finish out the rest of the quest, or what? This feels like a good stopping point, but it also feels kind of weird to stop here. Now's a good spot? Okay. I mean, I think it would make sense. Like, this seems like a good spot. Yeah, I mean, we're like 2 hours past when we normally would go. So, thank y'all for showing up. Glad to see some new faces in the chat. Remember to fucking subscribe and whatever. And next stream will be as usual. This Sunday, so the 19th. 4 p.m. Western. 4 p.m. Pacific, rather. Thank y'all for showing up. Yeah, peace out. Fun times. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and Patch linked the way too long lore breakdown video. That one's fun. It's about 3 hours of actual content and 4 hours of deranged rambling. So, you know, perfect 10 out of 10 content. I have zero regrets. Alright, peace.